And good evening,
Hello.
everybody. Hello, hello, hello. We are Hard Knock Dice here tonight with our another episode, another session of our Ghost of Saltmarsh campaign. I am Ian, our dungeon master, and these gentlemen around me are our players. Some of whom are also players in the Eberron game, and one of whom is our DM for that game. And then our good pal Christopher, who this is his first full real campaign of D&D. And Cody, your fucking
Indeed.
camera fucked up as we went live, and I hate you for it. So, anywho, as we left off last session, unless anybody has any announcements real quick, I'm so sorry, I forgot to ask.
I got nothing. Let's go.
Nothing,
Nope.
nothing, nothing. Sounds like a whole lot of nothing. Perfect. So, as we left off our heroes, I guess, last session, they had received a mission, another mission, I will say, from the Council of Saltmarsh, that they were to go to to travel to the Lizardfolk lair, the home of the tribe, and try to broker not only a peace between themselves and Saltmarsh to ensure that there would be no Lizardfolk raids upon their people, but also to extend a hand in what may be an alliance against the Sahuagin, who the Lizardfolk, as well as a few other seagoing tribal peoples have seemed to be gearing up to fight them. They wish to, get in on that to prevent the Sahuagin from advancing upon their own interests and killing their people, as they recognize that they are a very large threat, especially if the tribes are uniting what seems to be fairly easily. Our brave adventurers then got the ship that, gracious, the smugglers that they had previously dealt with had got it crewed by the good graces of Ida Owland after a little bit of discussion by Julian before their meeting with the council, as well as the council kind of insisting that Ida provide her own sailors to man the vessel, doubling the number of weapons as well that the lizard folk had initially attempted to have smuggled in an attempt to show a little bit of goodwill, and that they really did wish to broker this peace and we're not trying to be shifty about it, as well provided by another council member, Anders. They set off on a little over a day journey, day and a half perhaps, before arriving at the mouth of the Dunwater River. Beginning their travel over land, joined by not only the two lizard folk they had captured previously, who were to act as guides, as well as put in a good word with them, with the tribe and the queen, but also by Oceanus and Ned. Oceanus on the principle of that these people had saved him, and he intended to try to do them a good turn as well. And Ned, because he had once again been promised to be paid for his efforts, and things had gone pretty good with him so far with them these past two times. So he figured he'd why not a diplomatic mission? He's easy peasy, right? Nearing the end of the journey over land, they were ambushed by a group of bullywugs who initially seemed to just be a small raiding party, and were being pretty easily dealt with before being joined by their king, or some kind of royal bullywug, and his advisor and a couple more grunts, which made the combat significantly more interesting. But they prevailed before finishing making their way to the lizard folk lair, and after a brief discussion, with the guards on the outside, being led to the queen's chamber, which is where we left off, gentlemen. So, y'all have been escorted in. You have observed that there are quite a number of guards, as well as one of those kind of obscenely large, muscular, kind of monstrous lizard folk. What appears to be a royal as well as an advisor, uh, parked up below the queen's stair, as well as the queen herself up upon a stone throne, garbed in what for lizard folk you would imagine is considered opulently, with a kind of coat looking dress that is adorned in furs and feathers, as well as a few like some jewelry in a more conventional means around her wrists and her throat, but brightly colored as lizard folk can be, especially when they're trying to be showy. She is sat atop her throne and looking down at the 6 of you and your 2 lizard folk companions who have brought you this far. After y'all approach, you guys get in. Ashraku and Drazuk approach to around the realm of a good 20 feet from the front of the throne, before dropping into not exactly kneeling, but in a crouched posture, leaning forward in the direction of the queen.
And I get about, I guess, following up with the rest of the group, about 10 feet behind the Oshraku and the other, and just mimicking them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
As far as how it goes.
You hear Drazuk and Oshraku, Jakob, just both with a formalities, kind of a just introduction of, my queen, we have returned from our mission. She's sitting up there and just kind of looking down at the group of you for a moment, contemplating them. She nods, kind of stares at each of you for a solid 5 to 10 seconds, just one by one by one, before looking at both, like circling back around and looking at both Drazuk and Oshraku. And still in Draconic, where is my son? Oshraku and Drazuk maintain their kind of leaned forward posture. Though Oshraku brings his head up slightly to kind of not make eye contact with her, but be able to have a visual on her as he speaks. And he responds, still in Draconic. He unfortunately fell while transporting the weaponry. Queen's silent.
Can I do like an insight check on Jakub to see if things are looking okay?
Sure, if you would like.
He would like to do a butthole tightness check.
It's kind of like looking to see if he's making a funny face or anything like that. Only
sure,
a 14. I rolled kind of bad.
I don't know how well you're hiding it, Jakub. It's entirely on you.
I guess that would probably be a deception check. Because I'm trying to stay calm.
Stonewall? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
That is a 16.
Well, looks
Seems
like
cool.
it's going all right.
Seems pretty cool. Like a little nervous, but like about as nervous as you expect somebody to be when put before, when brought before such a overwhelming force.
Nice. So we all have no idea that we're in super perilous danger right now. Awesome. Hell yeah.
The queen is silent for about a solid count of 15. In battle with who did he fall?
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Oshraku now stands up straight. And God damn it, y'all are throwing me off. I can't look at you. Stop it. Stands up and is now addressing her, almost, it seems now, purposely meeting her eye line. Those who slayed him stand with us here today.
Oh, fuck.
And she visibly straightens up. However, They have come with the intent to assist in the war with the Sahuagin. Just more silence. The queen now kind of looks over to the group of you and begins to speak, this time in common.
Oh, shit.
And she's kind of like, I don't know how good y'all are at reading Lizardfolk. I guess y'all have done pretty good with Druzuk and Oshraku. Is very, very purposefully blank. So, I am informed that you come bringing offers of assistance. Just kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, just looking between you guys.
That's right. We're coming from Saltmarsh. We understand that your tribe was going to get some weapons to fight against the Sahuagin threat. And, well, it seems like a pretty good cause that we could get behind.
And you just stumbled across this information. And then just kind of looks down at Oshraku and Druzuk, and Oshraku just kind of averts his eyes before looking back at the group of you.
We found out from documents aboard the vessel that where the shipment was going, and it's all downhill from there.
So you were members of this smugglers company then?
Absolutely not.
She tilts her head. Then how was it you came to be aboard?
When we slew said company of smugglers.
That honorable queen is unfortunately also when we slew your son. We had
I just instantly squint.
Yeah, well, that's the first Julian had heard anything about her son being Sloan, so he turns to look over it. Jeez.
And
Jakob, and just like, what?
And unfortunately, we did slew the queen's son. At the time, we did not know. I myself have just found this out and apologize greatly, Your Majesty. We had been tasked to find men who were stealing from the town of Saltmarsh, and after slaying a few of those men, they called upon these men here and your son to aid them against us. We seek to...
And just right while you're in the middle of speaking, she just kind of looks down, and this time back into Draconic. And the two of you just so happen to survive. Like, both heads kind of, like, visibly, they kind of cringe a bit.
If I may, Your Majesty.
She's still just looking at both of them, like, completely ignoring you. And this time, Druzuk speaks up. My queen, they have powerful magics at their disposal. We were captured. And under interrogation. Oshraku laid bare our plans. Queen just leans back, bit in her chair and is just kind of like glancing over. The tension is high among the rest of the lizard folk in the room. You see the other more opulently dressed lizard folk off to her right, as well as the elderly, as an elderly, not quite as well dressed lizard folk who's off to her left, both staring, not quite daggers, but hard at Oshraku. Before Oshraku speaks up, I admit that I broke and showed weakness, and for that I will accept whatever punishment is meted out. However, I return to you with this group in tow, as I believe that regardless of my fate, they will better our chances of survival. And she just looks back over to y'all's group. So, once again in common. What do you bring?
Your Highness, we bring your original shipment of arms and armament, as well as a doubling of that shipment from the people of Saltmarsh, as a sign of good faith from them to you, in hopes that we can aid you in ending the threat of the Swahagan, and hopefully establish a line of rapport between you, your kingdom, and the people of Saltmarsh.
Offer of additional weapons is greatly appreciated. However, humans have never been the most easily workable group when it comes to our peoples. Tell me, why is it that they choose now to come forth to our aid, if for no other reason than to betray us in the end? Once the Sahuagin have been swept away, and of course, ours are the majority of the fallen. You're muted.
Mike,
What purpose would they have to come and attack you in your own swamp? They're mostly settled around Saltmarsh. A threat on the coast is just as much as a threat to them as it is to you. I haven't heard any talk of them wanting to eradicate lizard folk, and they want to sit down at the table, make a deal, scratch each other's back, as it were.
as well, my queen, the people of Saltmarsh are an honorable people, and if there's an agreement that there'll be no threat towards your people, then they will honor that agreement.
Julian side eyes Jakob real hard right there when he says that
Yeah,
people are honorable people.
You said honorable, and the queen just was like, kind of just about snorts.
when she snorts, Julian will chime in and be like,
The city of Saltmarsh is ruled by a council, indeed. But in this instance, reasonable heads prevailed, at our behest.
At the end of the day, regardless of honor, you can definitely count on the humans of Saltmarsh to err on the side of greed. The threat to their trade is just as dangerous to them as it is to anyone else.
As much as I am not particularly trusting of those who make this Saltmarsh their home. We are in need of allies. So, I will consider your offer. However, it would be in your best interest, while this is being considered and discussed among myself and my allies, to ingratiate yourself to my people, and perhaps to my allies as well. Though, I just kind of drift over to Oceanus. I would keep my distance from those of the Coalinth who are present. Now,
Thank you, Your Highness.
I will summon you again to our chambers shortly after discussion has occurred. He just nods at you and leans back and kind of leans off to one side and starts speaking with the elderly lizard folk. That's off to the side before, and several of the guards come up and gesture for kind of you guys to back yourselves back out the way you came. And as you go, the elderly
Same
lizard
bow.
folk does stand after she speaks to him briefly and kind of follows you guys out before she starts conferring with the other more opulently dressed lizard folk at her side.
Are they escorting us all the way out or just outside of her chambers?
The guards take you just immediately outside of the chambers before closing the door, and the older lizard folk. And as he gets closer to you guys, like you're no longer like solid 20 feet or so away, he is old. Like you can see like milky kind of cataracts, it seems, are in his eyes, even if it hasn't completely taken his vision. The teeth, as well as the claws that you can see on his hands and in his mouth, both seem quite dull from your most recent experience in combat, as well as viewing the combat of younger lizard folk warriors. The color of his scales seems to be kind of faded. However, he is wearing a fine-ish lizard folk tunic style kind of thing that he's got going on. He's not wearing pants, but just as an adornment that would indicate that most lizard folk don't wear clothes for the most part, but he is, as well as a gold chain that hangs about his neck, kind of as a hunched posture as he follows you all out. One second. Doors kind of not quite boom shut behind you, but they have some weight to them. They're bigger doors than what you've seen in the rest of these caves. He looks over at you guys, kind of having to lean forward and squint, trying to get a better look at the lot of you, for addressing you guys once more in common. I have been led to believe that the group of you may very well be a help to us. So, I've been asked to escort you through most of our tribe, and perhaps speak and get a measure of you in a more personal sense. So, come.
Well,
Can I make an inside check on this guy?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm specifically wanting to know. It's like, all right, come on, I'm throwing you into the into the spike pit now. I want to make sure he's not just gonna murder us.
Sure.
That's a 4.
Just seems completely straight to you. Nat 20, were you also want to roll an insight check?
Yep.
Okay.
Julian's puck factor is at like a 99% right now, so.
Okay, that's fair. You're reading him and like as best you can from what little time you've now spent around Oshraku and Drazuk, who I will note did not exit the chamber with you guys. They are still in there. But from what time you spent around the lizard folk and kind of trying to get a read on those two, his posture seems very relaxed, which you think is kind of odd. But he seems to be telling the truth, like 100%. Like seems completely honest from what you can tell. Like still he still doesn't seem. You can tell with a nat 20, I guess, that he is not trusting of all of you, but he is also not fearful or particularly concerned for his own safety. As you will note, there are now a group of about 4 additional lizard folk that have come up and been brought about, who are actually decked out in scale mail, as well as having shields that are not just like I saw you look up. It's like metal scale mail. It's not just like their own skin or anything weird. But with things that look like similar to the shields that had been purchased. That they've been purchasing, like regular wooden shields with like the metal rims around it, and having what looks to be maces and other like metal weaponry that they are carrying around. But they're kind of forming up kind of on your guys' flanks. So, come along.
Well, I really appreciate you coming on and getting to know us a little bit better. I'm pretty bad with names. What'd you say your name was? I'm Bartholomew Fairfro. You can just call me Bart, though.
I am Sariv.
Sariv?
Sariv.
Am I saying that right?
Close enough.
All right.
But I am the Queen's advisor and eldest in the tribe at this time. So, I must admit, the Queen was, let's say, eager to have you out of her presence for reasons I feel are obvious.
Of course.
Reasons
Completely understand.
reasons revealed to us then and there, indeed.
Yeah, Arshaku and Drazak didn't really seem to think it'd be pertinent information to let us know that we had killed the Queen's son before kind of waltzing in here. Might have been more pertinent to maybe not have those people kind of broker this deal in hindsight, but here we are, right?
At the very least, we would have provided a gift of apology, had we known.
He kind of looks up. That very well may have done more harm than good.
Noted. I'm familiar with your customs.
Queen Othokent's son was a warrior. And as such, while she grieves his passing, he died doing his duty in serving the tribe. Hence why you were not all immediately executed.
A fact that has not escaped my notice.
And we are very grateful for it.
Much
It is
obliged
wise
indeed.
that you keep that in mind. Now, I can only imagine Oshraku and Drozuk sought simply not to scare you, as I'm sure that the likelihood of your coming would have been much lower if you had known. Now,
Perhaps, in that case, we will simply express he fought with ferocity.
as is fitting of a son of the tribe. So, you spoke of weapons and armaments that we ordered as well as additional. I must admit that I do not see any on your person.
Gloob, pull out a couple of them, just so we don't make a mess in, this thoroughfare.
He is now looking, and who is Gloob? Just kind of. Ah, young Grung.
Blue will just not say anything, reach into the bag, trying his best to hide behind either Julian or Jakob with the bag and pull it out in like one of the shields. I figured it's not gonna be much use, but
it's not.
I would
It's just
do my
kind of like, huh.
best to sort of
Right.
turn my side to him, pull out the shield.
How interesting. He looks at him. So, everything is within that bag.
I believe so, unless some we left on the ship. But
did not.
then everything is inside of the bag,
Wonderful.
and we can deposit your weapons as well as the weapons from Saltmarsh wherever you see fit.
Not out in the hallway, I think.
Of course.
When we arrive at a suitable location, I will have some of our warriors come and take care of it. Now,
Thank you.
on we go. Starts walking down the hall, allowing for in the squad of Lizardfolk soldiers, kind of bringing up the rear, assuming that the group of you follow. Ned is looking suitably anxious at this time. Oceanus, and kind of not quite as nervous, but still quite concerned, visibly, and a little kind of thoughtful as you walk on. Soruv starts kind of leading you off to down the hallway, and it just kind of begins to circumnavigate the tunnels in which the tribe has established itself. And a lot of it seems to be living spaces and living quarters, as well as larger rooms that seem to be more for gatherings or storage. And he's just kind of pointing those out. He does pointedly avoid a handful of hallways, just with mostly a comment of, and those, of course, are a little more sensitive. So, you understand. You cannot have you see all of our secrets. Yes.
Of course.
As he's going about, he's asking you guys some general questions while kind of eyeing you, specifically taking some interest in you, Gloob, as y'all are walking along. He says, "So, Gloob, I must admit, seeing one of the Grung in the company of a group consisting of a human and 2 humans, all looking at Julian kind of, as well as a halfling, is a bit surprising."
Different. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Gloob?
I said, just sort of filling in his words. I said different. Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, I know. I'm different.
I feel that much is evident. Your people have been not exactly welcoming to our arrival back in the Hool Marshes.
That tracks. To be fair, they were not exactly welcome, and I was born there, so.
They are quite ferocious. However, as long as we do not stray too far, we have been mostly able to avoid their patrols and raids. A problem for another time, I guess. But quite interesting to see one out so far. So, how is it that the group of you came to murder our providers of weaponry as well as one of our warriors? Oh no. Everybody's back. There we are. What in the
A
hell?
little shuffle.
I apologize,
Well, that was-
everybody, on
that
behalf of
was
Skype.
something.
What the fuck? That was weird. Hopefully everything's okay.
The lights flash in the lizard caves.
Now that we're no
It's a
longer,
rave.
now that we're no
Oh,
longer
and
like
the-
vibing with potential
it's our
imminent
dance
doom, let's
floor.
swap to back to ambient music.
Well, like we told the queen, we were set upon the boat that the there's the title prince. I don't want to misspeak, but the queen's son was on, and we were dispatched to take care of the smugglers. And in the process, found out about all this other stuff, and had a very intense time with the smugglers, and it was a good fight.
So you are sellswords, mercenaries.
Well, smuggling's well, these people are also kidnapping people and murdering them and kind of doing wrong by our people. So I wouldn't say mercenaries so much as just doing the right thing.
I see.
We had no idea there were any lizard folk on the ship at all till we were well in a heap of mess.
A tragedy, I am sure. Looks over at Julian. Kind of leans forward to kind of squinting at kind of your face. I must profess my curiosity. While I feel it is evident that you are human, it is you've been altered, or were you born this way?
A gift from a man who will die for it one day.
Ah. I am familiar with vengeance. It's hard to avoid when you've lived as long of a life as I have.
Is
That has it.
maximum discomfort right now from Julian.
He's just like looking at you as best he can with his cloudy cataract eyes.
Yeah.
He turns and kind of looks kind of squinting at you guys. I must profess. Which of you is it that can converse with our people? Neither
Me.
Ashraku or Drazu could speak common. Ah. Having to look up at you, because not only are you a tall ass bitch, but he is a hunched ass old man. He's like he really like pretty close to like head level for you, Bart. Like he is kind of way hunched over. Like this dude old as shit. Like you feel like he might fall over forwards at some point, but hey. And he just goes, how is it you came by speaking our language in Draconic to you, Jakob?
I'll respond in Draconic. I met a few lizard folk in Tavern, and over a couple beers, over a set amount of time, I was able to pick up the language.
A fast learner then.
They were around for a while. Not sure if they had business in Satan.
Curious finding lizard folk who are frequenting human cities, but all tribes are not as ours, so I'm sure there are some out there. So, you tell the queen that you are sure of the Saltmarsh's intents to assist in the conflict. So,
Yes.
you are natives of Saltmarsh, or why is it that you trust their word so?
Well, I mean, they outright could have killed the two gentlemen that we had the pleasure of traveling with, but instead they willingly listened to what they had to say and didn't have to send the arms and armament with us to try to negotiate.
No, that was in common.
Yeah, that he after that brief exchange with Jakob, he has swapped back to common.
Not all humans are to be trusted, but we travel largely on behalf of Ida Owland, who has the best needs of the people of Saltmarsh at heart, in truth.
And how can you be sure that they're reaching out? Is not simply to placate and ensure that no conflict occurs between ourselves and Saltmarsh until we have been either weakened or wiped out by our fight with the Sahuagin.
I would never ask you to lower your guard around us or any others.
Right. I mean, if we're going to try and broker a deal together, or at least maybe try to get your people and our people to have some sort of more formal communication with each other on helping each other in this fight to come. I mean, people in Saltmarsh are going to be losing their lives as well. So, I mean, you're going to be fighting together, even if you want to keep separate. You're still going to be fighting for the same side. Saltmarsh isn't going to be without its casualties in this conflict to come. I mean, all things said and done, if it could be the other way around, depending on how things go. I mean, Saltmarsh could be right for the picking afterwards, and here we are giving you weapons, like we said.
True. But unless they vastly change their strategy, the Sahuagin will hit us first. So, you must understand, we must be cautious in making our allies, as we have made with the merfolk Lokatha and Keolinth, as I'm sure you're already familiar from Oshraku. Out of them, we are the largest in number, and only the Kolinth match us in war capabilities. But we will take what allies we can, and none of them can really avoid the fight that is to come, so they may as well stand with us. And as we have warred with them regularly, raided, pillaged, fought each other, there's a certain amount of respect built. I can't say the same for Saltmarsh.
Well, I mean, I don't really know much about Saltmarsh. I'm just trying to do the right thing here. I'm from Gilbin, which is a little ways north of Saltmarsh anyway. I just think it would be kind of stupid for us to not be on the same side when this threat is a danger to both of us.
Wise.
It's really as simple as that. Strength in numbers, allies where you can get them, crush the enemy, go about our business. And who knows, maybe there can be a long-lasting friendship develop between our two people. I mean, I know it's a long shot. I'm not going to blow smoke up your tail or whatever saying there might be for Lizardfolk, but
I believe they call them. I'm actually going to lean over and.
But in any case, I mean, I understand you just said that you could be in danger sooner than anyone else. Well, it sounds like we got a chance to prove ourselves quick, fast, and in a hurry. So,
That's true. Anyway, and he continues, kind of leading y'all around. As you, the three of you kind of did the majority of the talking. Who wants to make a persuasion check with advantage? Okay.
Yeah,
Bart?
well, I'll go. I got
This is
this.
just like as y'all spoke to him and just the duration of the conversation and kind of the back and forth y'all had trying to convince him of your sincerity.
Guidance.
Oh yeah, all that spellcasting you have.
Big
I
sword.
rolled a dirty 20.
Dirty 20?
16 plus 4.
So all this conversation has kind of taken place as he's walked y'all around the areas of the tribe's caves, which it appears that y'all are permitted to view. You will note that you have not been led to any areas where you see evidence of these allies they speak of, nor any armory or like garrison. You've not seen the barracks where the majority of their soldiers stay. It's mostly living areas, kind of social gathering places, as well as some of their just basic storage for supplies and food and eating areas and kitchens, that kind of thing.
I do have a question
Yeah,
about
sure.
that. We've been given a total of like 20 shields and 20 morning stars.
Mhm.
Does that look like it will make an apparent difference with all of the warriors that we're seeing in here?
You're saying so. Now, I will say you do as you kind of go through. There are regular groups of warriors. You can't get an exact count. There are several dozen, at the least, is what you would estimate. So and the grand total, you feel like it would arm a good chunk of them, like not all of them by any means, but you would also note that. Or actually, roll a general perception check for me.
Sure. Not good. Perception is a +3, so that's just a 10 total.
10. That's fine. It's
Yep.
not particularly hard, but just generally noticing, you'll notice that there are quite a number of them already appear to be armed better. You could gather that there have probably been shipments of this nature happening fairly regularly for at least a little bit. They've received several of these shipments, made trade where they could. It at least, and especially from the guards that escort you, you can see that a good chunk of them have been armed up. It looks like they just haven't been able to order like a bunch. They've been having to smuggle small numbers of improved weaponry and such just over time.
So I don't know what if it would be like an insight check for this or what. I guess what I want to see is how big of a bargaining chip am I carrying right now in the bag of holding, or would I have any idea? Like for 20 shields and morning stars and 40 javelins and all this,
stuff,
like
yeah.
is this a decent sized bargaining chip? I know we've killed her son. I know that they do not trust Saltmarsh. Do I think that this will, at minimum, get us out of here alive? Or do I just have no idea?
I'll make an insight check. This will be combined, like part of this is going to be kind of inciting your memory of the conversation with the queen. You're kind of thinking back on it and looking it over and kind of looking at, because Sariv has been very polite and well mannered. Most of his questions have been posed, it seems like, just to get you guys to talk, so he can just get a feel for you, the four of you as a group.
Yeah. Man, I'm not rolling very well tonight. That is an 11 plus 1, so 12.
12. You're not sure. I guess part of this would come from, well, how would you don't really know anything. You don't know a ton about Lizardfolk, as we've covered previously. So you're kind of thinking on, well, how would this be received with my tribe? Like with your people. If our leader's like son or child was killed and weapons were being offered as payment, and even if it's not directly related, like would that allow for the messengers or the deliverers of this like these tidings as well as this equipment be enough to get them out alive? So you're not quite sure based off of them, so the best you'd be able to do is kind of go off of your own knowledge of the way things work with your people.
Gotcha.
But yeah, come the end, y'all have seen most of the public places there. Y'all have kind of seen that there is a separate entrance that leads into the Dunwater. It looks like it's kind of a small, like really tiny, like kind of bay coming off of the Dunwater where you could bring in small boats and stuff. And you see the evidence of some cruder, smaller ones, as well as some a ways that looks like something as a not a river exactly, but there's been a channel dug and carved out of the stone and dirt, leading off up into a separate area. But be that as it may, well, I believe I have shown you as much as I can be allowed to, and gotten, I think, my measure of you and your group. He's looking around, looks kind of like over at Oceanus and Ned, who have been very quiet this entire time. Personally, I believe you sincere. At least the four of you. And if you are to be the go-between for Saltmarsh and our people, then hopefully we'll reach an accord and this will be properly worked out. Now, whether it will be enough to convince Othoken, my queen, I cannot be sure. However, I will promise you that I will try my best to convince her. So, if you wish to relax and perhaps get some food in your bellies, it looks like you've had a bit of a rough time on your travels to get here. We will summon you in the next short while for a bit of a final verdict, as it were.
Sarah, how do you guys feel about the bullywug? You had some bad run-ins with them lately?
The bullywug? They are irritants, I will say.
Maybe not
They're
for a
not-
little bit.
Go ahead.
You might not be having that issue for at least for a while.
Really?
I'll bow my head with the bullywug crown on it.
He just kind of looks at it. Does look like it would fit the head of an especially large bullywug. I am sure the queen will be glad to hear of that. Always nice to have fewer enemies when a looming threat approaches. Now, my guards will, of course, you understand, keep an eye on you while you relax for a bit, and then you'll be brought back before the queen.
Relax.
Well,
He spreads his hands at y'all.
I understand, Sarif, you said you were going to get to know each other. Don't have enough time to sit with us for a spell and tell us about your story? You seem like you've been around quite a long time.
I mean, I could. But that would mean less time for me to convince my queen.
Oh,
So
well,
I'd
by
look
all
to you.
means. You go right ahead. We can catch up afterwards, hopefully.
That would be lovely, I'm sure.
All right.
If you'll excuse me.
Appreciate your hospitality.
Quick question before you go. Is there a forge nearby in case we need to fix our armor?
He just kind of like
Forge that I can use.
looks at the bag that holds the stuff, which I almost forgot. At some point when you were passing by one of the larger areas that seemed to have, like, one of the common areas that seemed to have more of the homes of many of the lizard folk, he kind of rounded up a group of the commoners, people that just looked like regular kind of citizens, and had you guys offload the weapons and armor, and had just some regular lizard folk soldiers just kind of lead all of them off to store it, presumably in wherever their armory is kept. At your comment, Jakob, he kind of looks over at the weapons and armor decking his guards and looks back up at you. None that would be suitable for armor or metal weapons. We are a bit in a tight spot in that regard. Otherwise, we wouldn't be smuggling it in. So, I apologize.
Well, people of
for
Saltmarsh
the-
might be able to help you make one of those.
Perhaps. They may have to provide a smith, as we can do small workings with soft metals. It is not a knowledge we possess, unfortunately. Now,
Oh,
if you will excuse me. Starts kind of like old man shuffling, kind of back the way you guys came.
After he walks off, turn to Jakob.
Really? A forge?
have you seen my armor? I'm a trained smith. I can
We're
fix
delivering
my armor.
weapons because they don't have. Never mind.
Well, they might have a small forge.
No,
Which means that they can't meet the needs of their people.
Maybe we
It
should.
never hurts to ask.
Yeah, it could hurt to ask.
It could hurt.
Yeah, we should probably try to just be as unobtrusive as possible.
I just got this fly suit of armor. Okay.
Right.
Requests and favors to a minimum.
Well, if we have to trade somebody, I mean, my vote's Ned, obviously.
Ned
You
just,
know, for
hey,
fun.
trade? What? Hold on. Hold on.
I do have.
I don't want
I
to be
do have-
traded for anything.
Don't worry, Ned. He's joking.
No one.
I'm not joking at all. I think it's probably Ned that killed him.
It most certainly was not.
How do you know?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it
I'm
was
pretty
Ned.
sure it wasn't.
I got a good memory about these
God
kind
damn
of
it,
things.
Ned! I can't believe you killed her son. Come
He's
I
like
do
looking
have-
around. He looks deeply concerned. Like,
No one is.
I'm just pulling your leg, Ned. Come on now.
this is not
It'll
the
be all right.
time. Not the time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
We could die.
That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
go
We
on.
just trade you. That way we all don't die. Just you.
I'm pretty sure
What
warrior
makes you
culture
think that they would
doesn't
want
just
to kill just
trade-
me?
Wouldn't just trade Ned over. I think you're fine, Ned. If you're gonna die, we're probably all gonna be dead too. So, however comforting that might be.
Because that's the comforting thought.
It's not
Appreciate
comforting.
Bart's just gonna start packing a pipe and smoking. He's like, nah, this is definitely a time to smoke with you guys.
So the guards you guys have, none of them speak common. However, they converse with Jakob to convey. We're not to drag it out. They take y'all off to kind of like a cubby area that it looks like it's they take you to more of a kind of a kitchen kind of deal. That's one of a smaller one, and just kind of shoo out some of the regular people and just kind of kick y'all in there and tell you that you're not prisoners, but it is requested that you do not leave this room until you are summoned back to speak with the queen. And they just kind of set themselves up. A couple of them sitting inside by the door, and the other two staying outside of the door.
We are lowercase prisoners, not uppercase prisoners.
You are guests, I believe is the word. But they just kind of leave you to your own devices. It looks like maybe this is kind of a private kitchen, perhaps. It's not huge, not tiny either. Probably to provide smaller meals. Might gather this might be for some of the upper crust, but it's an area that those with power felt would disrupt little to keep out of production for a little bit. As some tables and such that and some stools, crude stools and tables that y'all are able to take a seat at while y'all wait. Is there any discussion you guys wish to have, or you're gonna sit in silence or
Oshi.
general discussion?
Oshi,
Jakob, Oh, go ahead.
Oceanus, do you know why
Yes.
the Lizard Queen said we can't trust you?
When did she say you can't trust me? He looks legitimately confused.
She'd said at the end, not to trust. Forget the exact word that she'd said, but it seemed like she was implying it towards you.
I don't know. She said not
They-
to interact with the Keolanth,
Uh,
which I do not know. Maybe they don't like elves. Shrug. I have not encountered them. I do not think.
What the heck's a keyleth?
Would Julian know what a Keelanth is?
You are welcome to roll a history check.
I was pretty sure she said it was the other Lizardfolk tribe, correct? The one they've gone back and forth with? No? Okay.
No.
Gotcha.
She
A,
had what's that?
a 14.
14? Okay. To answer your question, it had been remarked, not, this was Sariv had remarked that the Keelanth, out of their other allies, were the only other group aside from the Lizardfolk but were more warlike and more prepared for conflict. They're more conflict oriented than, as well. They and the Lizardfolk are the more conflict oriented of the four races in this alliance currently.
Yep.
With a 14, you may have heard some vague tales of them from other sailors. You have not encountered them yourself.
Just a general knowledge of their existence.
General knowledge. You're pretty sure that they exist. You've heard it. You couldn't confirm it. You put it down to it could be a tale. It could be true. You're not sure.
Okay.
They're fish people or something. I don't really know much about them.
okay.
Fish people.
Sorry about the confusion.
There are many kinds of fish people.
Not super on top of it.
Shrug. I don't know. You're
You
muted,
muted.
Bart.
Maybe she mistook you for a different kind of race or species.
Shrugs. I'm not sure. Anyway.
Well, I guess you're the kind of sea expert, so if you don't know, maybe it's a more local thing.
Perhaps. I mean, it's a lot of ocean. So. Shrugs again.
I mean, Oshako said something about merfolk. Fish people?
Yes.
Probably.
They're merfolk. Yes, I have met both merfolk and Lokatha. I'm familiar with those two. Lokatha, very fish people. Like it just kind of gesturing, big eyes on side, they look like fish with legs.
Are they warriors?
If they have to.
What about merfolk?
Scavengers, more like.
Oh,
Keep
so
to
maybe
themselves.
not either.
Yes. It's not the best for dealing with Sahuagin. Probably why they allied themselves with the Lizardfolk. Better chance.
Well, looks like we're coming in at the right time. Can go ahead and make real nice with them as a more powerful, war-oriented ally.
Hopefully so.
Absolutely.
God damn it, cat.
Oceanus, what about your people and being allied in all of this? Is that something you think you could go back to your people and?
I mean, I can try. My people are not exactly close.
Oh.
I am not familiar with this coastline. I was on that boat for a while. Long time. But Sahuagin are not a threat to take lightly. So, perhaps, if it would be in time, I couldn't be sure.
Gotcha.
What about yours? Looking at you, Gloob. He said your people inhabit these marshes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not. Whoever goes to ask them that question was more likely to end up dead than coming back with any sort of agreement. So,
Oh,
yeah.
that is unfortunate.
It's true about most things in these marshes. Still not sure that it's untrue about what's happening, unfolding right now. So,
I mean, war with Sahuagin, not good. Many will die. They're a cruel people. Scourge of the sea. Damn it, Ken. Every time, just fucking look up.
Well, you got a question for me?
Yeah, I didn't know. I mean, you know, Draconic. I didn't know if you had any other insights into the Lizardfolk culture or anything along those lines.
I mean, besides the gentleman I met at the bar in Sweden, uh, I mean, talked to him for a little while. What do I roll for that? Like a history?
Sure. Knowledge history. It's like if you did some talking with those guys.
That is an 8.
Um, I'll say they didn't really talk about their about where they came from very much. It seemed like those two, despite the fact that they were clearly lizard folk, that as you discussed with them, they were kind of hiring themselves around as mercenaries or bodyguards. They came and went guarding merchants' caravans and stuff, and they wore armor and had metal weapons and stuff that they didn't really talk about their past before doing what they do now.
Oh, the gentlemen I met in Sweden were not too talkative in their past, but just kind of gave me a general. They're rather friendly to talk to.
Friendly might be a strong word.
They're very accommodating. You know, they just looked into my deep, sad eyes, and they knew
I mean,
I should probably help this man.
kind of. You're just like, oh man, this dude's been through some shit. Actually, hey Chris,
Mm-hmm.
Hilo,
Hi.
you met these gentlemen before your daughter died.
Never mind.
Anywho, if that is all y'all wish to discuss while sitting here, I won't drag it out for too terribly long. Probably over the next hour, maybe a little over that, closer to an hour and a half, you guys just sit, hang out, snack a little bit perhaps on some trail rations and stuff you brought in there. Your two guards at the door don't say much. They occasionally exchange between the two of themselves a bit of commentary, but not anything of any import. At the end of which, you hear a little bit of a knock on the door. Just, Four guards open it up, and Jakob, you get that this is just a summons. They're letting them know that they're ready to bring y'all back. So
All right.
they get you, they take you and they lead you back the way you came. Just one guard extra, whoever came to let them know that it was time. They take you guys all back along passages that little bit more familiar with now, perhaps. They do all look the same as far as you guys can tell, until bring you back before those bigger doors. Let's begin to gesture. These guards, they gesture towards it. The guards take their positions back up, and y'all are let back in. So, it's a similar scene. A lot of the same guards, or at least looking the same numbers. There's one extra of the big guys in there, but the more opulently dressed Lizardfolk, as well as Saruv, both stand at the sides of the Queen's throne. However, there is also kind of standing before her throne, currently speaking loudly in common, angrily, a large, kind of about as tall as you in the similar build, tall, broad-shouldered, green, like kind of a chitinous exterior to himself, humanoid form, smooth, wearing armor and having what appears to be a trident off to one side that is made out of wood and coral and other bits and bobs that looks like have come from the ocean. Doesn't seem to be wearing shoes, has webbed feet and webbed hands from what you can see from the back, and is currently not quite yelling at the up towards the Queen. My people will not be involved in this slaughter. It has been decided. The Keelanth will be declining your offer, Queen Othokent. And me and my men will withdraw shortly. I must say, Sergeant, that this is a mistake. One that the Lizardfolk will not forget anytime soon. And she's just glaring down at this guy. Be that as it may, we will see if it remains a problem of ours in the future. Now, if you will excuse me, I must inform my men of our departure. Turns about, and from what you can see of his face, it's kind of more of the same. This green, smooth green, kind of almost seems almost chitinous in appearance, parts of his flesh, but a heavy, thick, heavy brow, as well as a square jaw that seems to hold teeth that seem quite sharp, serrated almost in nature, but broad-shouldered, very well muscled, and turns and looks at your group, kind of sneers until he lays eyes on what appears to be Oceanus, where he just bares his teeth. All the better if you are to keep such filth as company. And just stalks past your group out the open doors.
Is he speaking in common?
Yeah, he's been speaking in common this whole time.
I'll give him a.
Doesn't notice, just. Queen just follows him with her gaze as he leaves.
So he actually like walks past us.
Yeah, just like walks right past your group.
Shocking. The lizard folk didn't make you out to be cowards.
He like is just getting past you guys before he just kind of stops and turns. And Julian, how tall are you?
5'10".
He looms over you, height-wise.
I loom back.
You
up.
loom back at him, but he turns back around and just like kind of leans up, kind of not quite over the top of you, but just kind of in your direction. I do not have to. Oh, good gracious! I do not have to listen to insults from pests.
He's gonna
Yeah.
find, as if he gets close to Julian, he's gonna find a dagger kind of poking into his cock and balls as he gets closer to Julian.
He
Yeah.
doesn't approach. He just turned after
Okay,
getting
all
a
right. I
few
thought you
feet
were
behind
like,
you.
he was
He just
getting real
like
close.
turned around and just kind of like leaned in a threatening manner
When-
in y'all's direction.
When he says that he doesn't have to listen to insults from pests, Julian will say,
I didn't insult you. You insulted yourself.
He just bares his teeth at you.
"I bare my teeth right back." Intimidation.
Looks over at the queen.
Can I?
Well, I'm using intimidation.
Okay.
What I
Right,
get-
I was gonna try to help give you advantage by like, well, you heard the man. Us non-Cower folk are talking.
I rolled a 16 plus 5.
21.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of leans back a bit, not cowering exactly, but the ferocity in your response and lack of intimidation of his display seems to have taken him aback a goodly bit. Looks over you guys, looks up at the queen. Just, I'm sure the Sahuagin will feast upon your arrogance.
And they'll
Tobin
feast on your
walks
bodies.
back out. Like
They won't
by that
stop
time, like out the door.
Fair enough.
'Cause y'all just walked in, so it didn't take long. Doors begin to shut. You can it's not hard to note as you guys approach to a similar distance as previously that the queen is agitated. It's like
Same
you
though.
can see like her nostrils flaring, like working, the muscles in her jaws are kind of clenching and unclenching. She just kind of stares off at the door for a few moments after you guys approach to speaking distance again before bringing her gaze back down. So, it would appear that your alliance just got a lot more necessary. She's just kind of baring her teeth a bit. She's not a fan of what she's having to say. However, I cannot say that I wish this, but with the departure of the Qlinth and good word put in on Sarv's behalf, you will not be executed. Just kind of
Thank you, Your Highness.
slightly inclines her head.
Give a little bit of a bow on that one. Hey,
Now, you
Stay for now, Ned.
Ned just looks down at you like, shut up. Now, that has been determined. Weapons were a good start. Being well equipped will be necessary for our warriors in their impending survival. But another gesture of faith will be required. This is
well,
acceptable.
Queen, I'm all about faith. What's it gonna take?
Wonderful. You will note neither Ashraku nor Drazuk are present.
When after
Almost
he says we're all about faith, what is it going to take? Julian will be like,
Is it killing that guy?
She looks back up. Seems to think about it for a second. It's like, perhaps that would be wanted at a later date. However, As he will be gone shortly, he will be out of our hair. On the other
Write
hand,
that one down.
kill Keolinth. Put it on the to-do list. However, he will not be a problem for us in the immediate future, at least. On the other hand, in relatively close by, kill Ned. Jesus Christ, the Audax. What the fuck's wrong with you, man? God damn, y'all are fucking mean. As we have returned recently, this is a living space, a lair, as you would, that had been abandoned quite a long time ago. We were forced to retreat here by the onslaught of the Sahuagin. In our absence, within the territory and hunting grounds that surround this cave system, a rather large crocodile has taken up residence. He is massive, 15 foot long at the smallest. It's proved to be a bit of a pain in our side, as he is aggressive, quite territorial. While once he may have been a pet that we may have tamed and used in war, he is much too large and much too gluttonous to be worth the effort. So, if you would venture out and slay this beast, then perhaps we can open talks with Saltmarsh.
It sounds like a simple enough task. We just got to go hunt a big gator for you.
She just kind of smiles. Just hunt a big gator for me, yes.
He doesn't know how
Hunting's
big
good.
alligators get out here. Gloops.
She's just smiling, like it just, and it's vaguely predatory.
Well, Your Highness, when you're as small as me, once something gets a certain size, it getting bigger isn't really too much of a deterrent towards you.
Mm-hmm.
It's just big.
Just look specifically at you. Well, then I hope you do not become its next snack. So, we are in agreement.
Absolutely. If I do, I'll try to make sure it chokes on me for both our sakes.
How considerate. Now,
He's just full of goodwill.
as it is getting late at this juncture, we will have a space provided for you to rest for the evening. However, we expect you to set out in the morning to slay the beast, and to return promptly after the job is done.
That sounds more than reasonable. Is there anyone we could talk to maybe get some more information on our quarry?
Looks over at Saruv. My advisor could answer any questions you have. Now, I must confer with my more militant-minded advisors as to the recent change in numbers at our grasp, that are to be used in the coming fight with the Sahuagin. So, gestures over to Saruv, who does the weird kind of squat bow to the queen before puttering his way off towards you guys.
I'll do the same bow.
Okay.
Your Highness.
Performance check.
B3. Hey, I'll roll it. I don't care.
D20 plus your charisma bonus, Christopher. I assume you're not trained in it.
15.
You said charisma?
Yeah.
That is a 16.
Six.
Best of the bunch.
Wow. Neither of you are particularly, like, it's not completely smooth, but it gets the job done. Nobody stumbles and falls over their own feet. Is solidly executed, if not exactly elegant. And she's kind of slight incline of like a nod of acknowledgement, kind of off to the side, as Sarif kind of comes puttering up to you. Yes, yes, come, let us go. They did nothing to help her mood. come, just like shuffling you out as quickly as possible.
Before he starts shuffling us off, I would like to actually step to the other side of him if he's shuffling everybody else out and step up a bit closer to the queen herself. Maybe, I don't know, it's maybe the same distance, if not a little bit closer that Oshraku and Druzak did. Maybe like 15 or 10 feet.
Yeah, something like that. Okay.
Queen Elthakin, the Grung in the northeast are some things you should know if you're talking about your military advisors, and that's a threat that will be coming if they haven't already yet, and you haven't had any run-in with them. If they know you're suffering and they know you're weak, they will attack when you are weakest. It's what they're going to do. While they're not necessarily a large threat, what they lack in size, they will make up with smarts and aggressiveness. It's thought you should know. Another little small bow and out with the rest of them.
She just kind of listens to you and no real response outside of that, as you just kind of dump that information and turn to go. So you can't quite be sure what kind of reception that information received. Positive, negative, indifference? Not quite sure. Make it back out the doors. Make their way shut again as you hear like the beginnings of conversation starting to be struck up within the room behind you. So, you all are going to want some information about old Thousand Teeth, aren't you?
Thousand Teeth? Well, we'll try to knock a few of those out before we're done.
I would hope so.
Well, I don't know what wizard folk like to eat, but I'm a pretty good cook, and maybe you could teach me a thing or two. Maybe we could sit down someplace and get a bite to eat and have a chat about all this business and pleasure at the same time.
I think that could be arranged. So, of course. Guards will accompany us, as they have been, but trust is earned slowly in these parts. Let us go have a meal. It's puttering off. Huh?
So once Bart said he was gonna cook, Julian's over there like,
I'm gonna look up at the sky. What time do we have now?
You
as
are
far
in a
as
cave.
That's a lot of
Oh,
rock.
I thought we had walked up
Oh,
at this
no,
point.
no,
Okay,
no, no.
gotcha.
You would have to go. The whole layer is underground.
Gotcha.
Y'all have not been above ground. The closest you've come to seeing the sky is when you kind of saw that little bay area that kind of led out to the Dunwater itself. But the time y'all got here, it was closing a little after noon, I do believe, and it's been at least a couple hours, maybe probably even a little more than that, considering the time spent by Soriv giving you the initial tour of this place. So it's probably closing on, if it was probably closer to 1 when y'all arrived, coming up on about 5 at this point, maybe a little after.
Okay.
So, in the talk of cooking, Sariv takes you back to the same kind of private kitchen and like servants' dining area that was kind of combined over there in that smaller kitchen, Bart. And he as you guys get in there, he has one of the guards summon a cook if you would, please, thank you. And kind of putters his way on in there and has himself a seat at the table, kind of at the head on one side, kind of pulls it over there so that he can be sat and able to see all of you at the same time. Come, sit.
As Julian sits down, he's gonna say,
Before we get started on food, your queen mentioned that you capture and train these creatures sometimes?
On occasion, large
How is that
snakes and crocodiles, generally when they are smaller. In their stages of youth, generally speaking, when they are not quite so set in their ways. Maybe.
Could it be done with a larger one?
Maybe. If you didn't wish to have it be particularly receptive to commands, you could get it trained to think of a part you designate as its territory, and to have a handful of handlers that it won't attack on sight. Be more of a guard animal than anything else, really.
I was thinking of how many Sawagan it can kill.
Oh, one as big as this one? Absolutely not. And even if it could be brought to heel and moved, too many warriors would die in the process. It has already devoured and killed at least half a dozen, if not more, since our arrival. And that's only in the past month or two. It is quite the beast.
Once we've killed it, what would you like for proof of the kill? Just our
Julian.
word?
Unfortunately, I don't think that would be quite enough, but bring back what you can of it. Its teeth, at the very least, are quite large. That may do, but you have a bag that can hold quite a lot. Bring what you think would be best suitable.
We'll be eating gator for a while, I imagine.
Those are my thoughts exactly. Maybe we should try to see how you guys like to cook, or you lizard folk like to cook some nice gator. Get a little bit of prepping for hopefully tomorrow night, depending on how far away this this other place where it resides is.
Unfortunately, it is a problem because it is not particularly far. Close. Within an hour of here. Our patrols have unfortunately come across him a handful of times, and sometimes some survive, sometimes not.
I assume he's not very sneaky. How big he is.
Oh, it depends. When he's been caught in transit, he's been easily identifiable, but when he's in the water, not so much.
Well, that's understandable.
So I would be on your toes when it comes to that. Who knows? Maybe he won't be home. That is the only problem.
We'll need bait.
We got Ned. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Ned's like, hey!
Julian's like posted up thinking. He's like,
just kind of thinking.
yeah, he's like clearly like kind of lost in thought. Hunting is the thing.
Well,
Sark
all right.
shrugs. The matter of bait, well, how you wish to bait or slay the beast or ambush him is entirely up to you.
Well, we do
Sit
have that
out
big,
and handle it.
big frog that the Frog King was riding in on, or Toad.
I was about to say you
Oh.
didn't exactly. That's back a ways.
We probably need live bait. Like a
Crocodiles
goat or
eat
something.
dead meat. They're actually attracted to stinkier meat too.
Perhaps. If this toad that you slew is somewhere here within the marshes, I doubt much will be left by morning.
Could I roll a knowledge nature to kind of see what might make the best bait for a big crocodile alligator?
Sure.
17.
17. Let's see. So while you didn't grow up in the marshes exactly, you did. There was times where you'd be out kind of near the edges and running into some smaller crocodiles and alligators. Nothing nearly as big as how this one is being described, of course. But you would know that they a lot of the times, unless they're having to relocate for food, that they'll generally kind of hunker down in their water and wait for something to show up, perhaps something that would come to drink, so that they could grab a hold of them out, like lash out from the water itself to grab a hold of whatever prey it was. And it kind of is not quite proportional to their own size, because if they can get it into the water, it doesn't quite matter how big it is, unless it's just so much bigger than them that they just can't yank it. If they can surprise it and get it in the water, they'll try to eat it.
Gotcha. Okay.
But they're not out here going to be like these ones weren't like the ones you saw, which were more normal sized crocodiles. They weren't snapping up like toads and bunnies most of the time. They were trying to go things more the size of like a deer or other larger, medium to larger sized game of what would be around is what they would generally look out for. They were looking for stuff that would feed them a good chunk in one sitting.
Like halfling size.
There was probably some casualties for some unsuspecting, if not casualties, some lost limbs or fingers and toes, that kind of thing, if y'all were able to beat them off of them. Do what you gotta do to escape an alligator, man, you know what I'm saying? But
one-armed Uncle Jack.
He got off of that alligator somehow. Required some assistance, though.
There are some word choices happening.
It be like that sometimes.
Poor word choices.
I'm sorry. I mean, is there anything else that we need to know about this thing? Like, usually so far we've gotten it's big, it's an hour away, and it kills things. Anything else you got?
What might you be looking for? We've tried to avoid it, honestly.
How big would you say it? Maybe like in feet, how long would you say it probably is by now?
By now? I would hope it hadn't grown much since we've been here. But 15 to 18 feet long. A lot of that is mouth.
Okay.
Pretty wide.
Yeah.
Looks to weigh several hundred pounds at the least. Kind of looks at you. Could definitely get you in one bite. And your growing friend. Probably the smaller of your human companions.
We'll try to make that a little bit difficult for him, but
I would hope so.
Sounds doable.
By all means, that is why you were asked to do it. We simply wish to have no more casualties of our fighting men.
Does it really have 1,000 teeth?
Definitely looks like it.
Well,
I've never asked anyone to stop and count, honestly.
All right.
That'll make a nice size necklace.
I'm sure. Might be a bit too many teeth for one necklace.
You can loop it. Very fashionable.
The teeth are like this big. Do what you will. I do not care.
Are we trying to do this tonight?
No, we're doing it in the morning.
If you really want to, it would be ill-advised, as you all appear to have seen battle today.
I mean, Julian's ready to go, but
more visibility is probably the smarter decision.
I've got a first level spell.
As soon as possible is preferable, but your success is a bit more important.
Oh.
I agree. I'm just gonna keep making food.
Oh, you're cooking. Are you like cooking alongside the chef he sent for? Or?
Right. Yeah. I'm
Okay.
in there with the chef, like talking
I'm
back
sorry.
and forth.
I've been informed that's regular alligator-sized teeth. These are like this big. They're like short sword size. They're like
Hell,
as big as my forearm. These are huge. Huge.
Oh.
They're huge.
I didn't realize the cooking was already happened. Julian's basically just sitting there like,
Brittany says it might be scary, as if alligators and crocodiles aren't scary at regular sizes. Like,
they are already terrifying
they're
monstrosities.
already horrifying. Fucking evil. You're doing. I'm sorry. What were you doing, Julian?
Oh, he was kind of sitting there like watching them cook. Like,
Yeah, they're cooking up a storm. I'm not sure. I'm gonna say that this particular chef, Bart, seems to be whipping up some kind of gumbo, because they're down in the marshes. He's whipping something up. He's just dumping like what you're not quite sure what kind of meat. He brought it with him. Seemed to have come from a larder, prepared some vegetables, some meats, just brewing up a storm. I say brewing up, cooking up a storm.
Yeah, I'll probably get the spice in there and try a whole bunch of different things. Get some get some cooking chemistry going on.
Oh yeah, I mean he's kind of like side-eyeing you for a second, and he does not speak common. But after a few minutes, you both kind of like get into a groove. Hell, you got to roll a check.
we speak the language of the chef.
That's a 19, and as the halfling thing, I get to add a D2, or I mean a D4, which I rolled a 2 on. So 19 plus 2 is 21. You said I could use wisdom for that?
Yeah, I believe so.
So that would be a 28.
Oh yeah, y'all just it's like, you know in like Pacific Rim, like fucking y'all like link, and y'all are just so in sync after a few minutes. It's just like, what's a language barrier? Like you guys are just going. Like you don't know exactly what he needs, but he'll just hold out a hand for you sometimes. And you just slap it in his hand, and he just immediately like dumps it into the fucking pot. Like no hesitation. Like you hand something, hold your hand out, same deal. You just know, you can feel that it's right.
They've become one.
Kind of. It's just like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Like you're each making your own kind of like fairly separate dish, but you're like borrowing stuff from each other, and it's just synapses firing at max speed. Truly impressive. Yeah, lizard drift. There you go. You've found your match within the Lizardfolk kingdom. But anywho, so yeah, you continue. Sarv doesn't have a ton to allow outside of he kind of starts breaking down some of the information that is more useful to you. Is going to be more of the approach and surrounding dangers rather than Thousand Teeth himself. He is a monstrosity, but we hadn't really been able to observe any particular weaknesses or strengths to avoid. He's a big, tough bastard, and will do his best to take you by surprise if he can, if you approach foolishly.
And you're sure it's a he? We're not going to go there and find a bunch of other smaller alligators trying to nom us up?
We have not seen a nest. Can't say there won't be one.
That... Oh, all right. It is what it is, I reckon.
We've mostly kept as little eye on him as possible, or it as possible, just to make sure that it hasn't gone anywhere, so that we know where to avoid. We have not seen its phallus, as it were. We can't be sure.
And this D&D game got suddenly way more uncomfortable.
Don't stop fighting until you see the head of its dick. I'm pretty sure that's the saying, right?
Yeah.
Wait until you see the red of its rocket, boy.
Man, this has been a great campaign, guys. All right, I'll see you guys later. Bye.
He just disappears into the marshes.
Oh god, that's exactly what Julian does. He just dove out in there and just splash.
Oh, Jesus.
He joins us for hugging, and that's it. I'm done. Y'all, goodbye.
I gotta Keelan to go fight. I can't be here.
We have tried to avoid it as much as possible, but from what we have been able to observe, there have been no eggs in any nest that we have seen. So one can
Alright.
only assume. Might be hard to find something to mate with at that size.
Yeah, that's fair.
Can't
Well,
be
if,
sure.
if we find any babies that don't try to kill us too terribly bad, we'll try to bring them back with us, and maybe you can get some extra fighting gators for the slogging.
That would be quite nice. It would go a long way to pleasing the queen, I'm sure. She is quite livid, if you didn't notice.
Yep, got it.
Like
All
lizard, give it the old lizard teeth suck. Just it is
Sassy lizard.
going to be quite a problem, but if Saltmarsh pulls through, hopefully they will more than make up for their absence. So,
Well, she seems like if we kill enough things for her, she'll like us better. So,
she has been
And
quite
I'm
bloodthirsty as
persuaded
of
that.
late, so that makes sense.
All right. Well, tell us about yourself.
About myself.
Right. You've been around a couple of years. Been
I
around the
have.
block a couple of times, as they kind of say on my farm.
I do not know what a
Um,
block is exactly, but sure. I don't know why you're walking circles around squares.
In any case,
Can't be sure. Very strange.
were you old enough to live in this old place that we're going to go try and clear out?
Barely. We did not live there. We lived here. But when I was still young, before we retreated, or not retreated, but moved on from this particular nest, he was not there in his nest. But I still had knowledge and remembrance of this place, and when we were driven from our home by the Sahuagin, I recommended that we come here to recuperate and spend less time finding a place worth defending and more time preparing for the fight ahead, building our forces and allies and weaponry. So yes, I have been here before, in my youth, before I was even old enough to be a warrior. Still, I don't know what you call a young lizard folk, but I was
In your
still
formative years?
still a whelp. Yeah, back in my formative years.
Gotcha. Well,
So,
I guess we'll start eating eventually throughout all of these conversations.
yeah, like after a while, like y'all bring food, put it down. It's a weird combo of like the food you cook and some like lizard folk cuisine. Sort seems quite pleased with the overall outcome, and he's like, it would seem you are an accomplished cook as well as warrior. Very nice. Always a wonderful combination to keep.
I appreciate the compliments. Maybe I can make you think I'm just as good at both by the end of tomorrow. So, not to beat around the bush, what's going to happen to Orshaku and Durzak?
Just kind of looks down at his food and
Insight check on whatever he's saying.
yeah, he just chews for a second, just kind of thinking.
It's a natural one, but I'm a
You-
halfling. So 16.
I would like to roll 0 insight checks because I'm too busy cramming food into my face and not paying attention to a goddamn thing else.
You're kind of making a mess, honestly. It's kind of like some of the guards are kind of like side-eyeing you, and even Sarv is just kind of like, He's like prison, like, my
Vaguely feral.
well,
No.
Ashraku and Drazuk, it is. Their fate is yet to be decided. While they failed in their duty to protect her son, and Not only that, to not die honorably in battle protecting the tribe. They gave up not only our location, but showed weakness and that we were vulnerable. We could have been ambushed. You could have brought an entire army from Saltmarsh to come crashing upon us when we were least expecting it.
I'm gonna hold you right there, buddy. Saltmarsh is just a town. We don't got a standing army. I mean,
How many
we've got
people are there in Saltmarsh, Mr. Bartholomew?
we've got a standard amount of a garrison, but Saltmarsh isn't gonna come down here and just attack Lizardfolk.
You say that.
In any case, regardless of that, I would like to at least say that regardless of their duties or failure in thereof, they did put faith in us to try and broker this deal. I'd argue that, I mean, they might have failed in the duty of protecting the Queen's son, but in the end, they definitely had the best interest for the tribe at hand.
While eating, Julian would be like,
Had they died in battle, you would have gotten no more weapons.
And allies.
Potential allies.
Potential. Also, I'm going to be drinking one of the horns of ale that I have in the bag of holding.
Okay. And this has been taken into account. They failed, but potential has been brought forth as well. So, it is being determined, and until then, they are being held. Something will be decided. I doubt they will die, but some punishment must be meted out. We
I
cannot
understand.
afford disloyalty at such a time. If it had been Sahuagin that had captured them and they had broken as easily, well, we would probably be wiped out within the week.
Here's a thought. Charge them with assisting us fighting this creature. If they survive, they've shown bravery, assisted the tribe.
This is not their test, though. This is yours. Theirs must be a separate punishment.
Julian seems unconcerned one way or the other. He's just kind of like,
Sorv is just kind of like smiling. You can see his, dulled, not canines, like these dulled fangs.
Julian likes hunting things, so he's good to go regardless.
So I rolled the Constitution check because it's wine, not ale. I forgot that I made that switch.
You did make that switch, that's right.
Roll the nat 1.
Wow, you vomit.
But it's plus 4. So
That's a nat 1, dog. Big fail. You drink and you just go to just throw back the whole thing. You throw back the whole thing, and you're good for a second while they're kind of having their conversation, and then you go, and just all that wine. You don't know what it was. Maybe it's been in there for hours, so it's kind of warm. And just the combination of that, you didn't really drink that much last night. Your nervous stomach, and you just projectile vomit the whole horn just right back immediately onto the floor. And as well, just as you're kind of coughing out and your stomach muscles are tensing and clenching, you just let out a little. As just.
I'm gonna.
The whole room just silent. Just.
I'll clean that up.
I'm gonna try and help him save a little bit of face, and goes, "Oh, don't mind him. That's an old warrior's trick. You gotta purge the system before you go into battle."
Roll a deception check.
Wait, Jakob, which horn did you grab? I think you may have grabbed my pea horn.
Julian just looks all around disgusted and retreats to another part of the room to eat the rest of his meal.
That's a 16 plus 2, so 18 total for the
18 total.
deception.
Oh, you're such a lucky bastard. He looks at you and looks back over at Jakob and looks over at you and looks over at Jakob and he goes, "How strange."
You fighting men are fucking weird.
I agree.
I'll
Be
clean
that
up.
as it may, I would appreciate you not vomiting all over our floor. We're not animals.
I'll do some prestidigitation to help get the dregs of whatever Jakob's like picking up and probably whatever haphazardly not
Just
great
like-
way.
Oh man, you've been
2
eating
plates.
too, Jakob. So there's like some like gumbo,
Fresh
and
gumbo.
Oh,
meat
God.
chunks in there. It burns. Your
All right,
throat
we're cutting to
burns.
break. We're cutting to break.
We're getting there.
We
But
have
it's
a
just
hard knock, guys. We'll be back after these
It's-
messages. Please stand by.
it's pretty gross. But yeah, so
Let's play. How many times can we make Julian want to just fucking leave the room?
After that, of course, return to your meal. So Sarv doesn't have much else to allow about Thousand Teeth himself. Mostly just giving you some warnings about the dangers of the marsh, which is gloob. That's the stuff you know, like, and talking about, you gotta watch out for the giant snakes, like constrictor snakes, and poisonous bugs, as well as there are some dangerous flora, some dangerous plants that you will want to avoid. Basically stuff you already know from having lived here. The rest of you, new information, but Gloob seems kind of bored of this, so you assume that he knows about a lot of this anyway. But as you wrap up your meal, probably at this point closing on probably about 7, because in the time that y'all were talking and eating and then having to stop to clean up Jakob's vomit, awkward pause that followed,
A nightmare fuel.
Vomiting is nightmare fuel for Julian? Noted.
In the middle of this wonderful meal, yes.
Oh, good lord. But it wraps up kind of closing on 7 and Sarv.
The smell's taken care of almost instantly. Prestidigitation is a glorious, amazing utility of a spell.
It's quite the spell. But Sarv, after y'all have finished eating and he's kind of giving y'all what information he can, begins to stand up. Now, unless there are any other questions that I could answer for you.
Are we sleeping here? Where are we sleeping?
We have had a small room, bit of the barracks actually, partitioned off, that you might have a place to sleep that won't put you among our people, and is away from those who might be a bit aggressive to some of your compatriots. Kind of nodding in the direction of Oceanus, who just kind of shrugs, like he still isn't quite sure what's going on. So that a guard will show you to those quarters.
All right.
Very well.
All right.
We will see you off in the morning and get a good night's rest. I imagine you will need it.
Hey.
So, good night. Shuffle. Old man shuffles back on out. One of the guards stands there and just kind of briefly and draconic just asks y'all to follow him. And does take you off to a area that it looks like you're kind of coming into a barracks. And there's a door that he kind of puts y'all off into that looks like maybe someone got displaced who had a more private room. And some other cots have been shoved in there to make enough for all of you.
How loud was the door?
Which door?
The door to the room.
I mean, it's like, it's nothing fancy. It's kind of you've come across a mixture of doors. Some are newer, some are older. It looks like they've had to replace some things. They've been gone for a while. And so this one, let's see how old and how much new have gone into this door specifically. It's actually pretty fucking old. It looks like they've mostly just thrown up some boards, some fresh boards onto it, on top of some, like, it looks like there's actually like a couple of metal hinges that were on here, but they have been pretty heavily rusted over time, and they just kind of not quite screech, but a pretty loud.
Okay,
Yeah.
so loud
Yeah.
enough to wake us up if somebody comes into the room.
Loud enough to give you a perception check.
Okay,
But yeah.
that's fine.
So y'all, there's nobody standing guard inside the door. You were informed that there would be a guard posted nearby, but that was it. The evening is yours, gentlemen. If you wish to just go to sleep, or if there's any further discussion you would like to have away from lizard ears, that's actually, I think, where we will take our break.
All
It's
right.
a good
Alright.
spot. You can have discussion if you would like, plan, plot. Y'all don't know about him aside from he's a big ass crocodile, but we'll see how that goes when we come
You
back.
can work out the assassination of the queen. It's gonna go great.
All right.
Yeah,
word,
I
hold
don't
on.
want to
I gotta pull up a whole lot
There's
more
other
stat
things in
blocks.
Wait, hold on.
Wait a minute. But yeah,
Wait, what?
so we're gonna go take a bathroom break, get something to drink, maybe a snack. I recommend y'all do the same. If you want to stick around, maybe there'll be something fun and exciting here at the end. You'll find a big ass gator. But yeah, we'll be back. Don't leave this channel if you don't mind, because we're gonna have fun and talk some more, maybe fight something. But yeah, we'll be right back. Bye.
Bye.
Hi everybody, we're back.
Hello.
We had a little bit longer. We need to get some food being a little slow on its arrival time, but that's okay. So, but we do return. Galuba looking a little guilty over there as he noms away. But
That
but yeah,
gumbo.
we return with hopefully what is going to be some excitement on top of our not quite political intrigue here at the Lizardfolk lair.
We're gonna plan for 2 hours.
When we left our heroes, they had been granted an audience with the Lizard Queen Othokent, who expressed to them a bit of disbelief in the sincerity of Saltmarsh, as well as revealing to them that the one member of the Lizardfolk trio that they had slewn aboard the smuggler's ship had in fact been her son, putting them in a bit of a nervous disposition. But she gave them the opportunity to convince a close advisor of their sincerity, as well as give her time to discuss things with the other important people within her tribe. Upon some general discussion with the advisor Soriv, who was delving to learn a bit more about their character themselves personally, as well as getting a feel for how they believed Saltmarsh would behave in these negotiations. He said that he would indeed vouch for them when speaking to the Queen, when they were left to chill for a little bit before being granted a secondary audience, in which they witnessed the dissolution of the Lizardfolk's alliance with the Keolinth, before Julian and Bart kind of provoked him a little bit, and he took his leave. The Queen, then more or less convinced of their sincerity, demanded one last trial of themselves before they would proceed with talks with Saltmarsh, requesting that they go and slay the large crocodile that resides within their territory, known as Thousand Teeth of the Devourer, who has been a bit of a thorn in their side since their return to this territory. Sorav then proceeded to give them a slight rundown of their concerns with the beast, as well as some general knowledge of the marsh itself and its dangers, before leaving them for the night to plan as they will and get what rest they can before setting out in the morning to attempt to slay the beast. And that is where we left our brave adventurers, as they sat in a bit crowded but private room within the Lizardfolk's caverns. Gentlemen, do as you will.
Gonna drunkenly talk to my daughter. I am going to say like her name a couple times. Like I'm drunk, so just slips out.
All right, Jakob is drunk and being weird, as far as the rest of you can tell.
Yeah, you're muted there, Bart. You're on your mouth's moving, but you ain't saying no words.
What's your name?
Synth or Sin.
Oh God, she's a synth.
It's Cynth.
Oh God.
You all right there, Jacob?
Yeah.
Who you talking to, buddy?
Just talking to my daughter.
All right.
Oh,
Where's
he's
your-
doing like what you do when you talk to this guy. Well, don't you?
Go ahead.
You do the same thing, right? I thought that's
Yeah,
something all you-
generally, maybe I just don't do it when I'm drunk. Maybe it is the same thing, and I will, I will just sort of dismiss the weird conversation had at Jakob's expense and be like, "You all right, son? You need a little bit of water?"
I'll be all right. I've been drunk.
Oh shit! I bet you have. All right. Well, maybe you should tell your daughter good night and sleep this off pretty early.
You know that sounds like you're a smart man, Bard. And good night. I will lie
I just
down and tuck
Turn
myself.
towards wherever. And,
Yep. All right.
yeah, he's drunk.
Ed's just kind of looking at Jakob as he does this at least, and he goes, Are we just gonna go in here and try to fight this thing without any kind of plan?
It's a
Like, Jakob's just kind of
just a
getting drunk and falling asleep. I'm a little concerned.
I'm over there going over my gear, like making sure my armor's in order, checking my daggers. I don't actually need that longbow anymore, so I can put that back in the bag of holding.
oh nice.
I got a lot more room in it now, so
A lot more room for alligator meat, maybe even some hide. Definitely a few teeth.
Gotta eat
sounds
good.
good. And I don't know if the meat's gonna last that long in there, but
It'll last
The rest-
long enough for us to have a nice feast with these lizard folk and maybe get some of the common folk on our side rooting for more alliances with Saltmarsh if this is the type of bounty they can be expecting from such an arrangement.
this is true. And actually, thinking back to our conversation, sorry, reminded me that not everybody's as well prepared as I am naturally. So, and Gloob is going to reach into the bag of holding and hand each of you probably looks like this thick root of ginger almost. Is just going to sort of put it in each of your hands. Look at Jakob asleep. I don't have this many of them. I'll give it to him in the morning, I guess. Hang on to that till the morning. Him talking about some dangerous flora reminded me. It'll help you. Well, mainly, I got it. So if I tried to shake hands, people wouldn't go into convulsions and stuff. But There's a lot of other poisonous things in the swamp too that should help you out a little bit.
Well, I appreciate it. That's some good planning.
Thank you.
In a pouch.
And add 1 use of Theki root, Theki root,
That thicky root.
to your inventory. Just go over to Jakob. How does Jakob sleep?
On his side.
What is this? How do you spell this again?
Theki, I believe. Should be in D&D Beyond.
PH or TH?
T as in Tom.
T as in Tango. Hotel. Echo. Kilo.
T as in
Indiana.
Taras.
I found it.
Okay. I'm going to just go over there to Jakob and just curled up or whatever, just shove it into his like upper pocket or something.
Just in the breastplate.
He'll find that. Oh, has he still got his armor on? Oh, God.
I don't know.
I'm pretty drunk. Why'd I take it off?
Also,
So,
this is a very crowded room. Y'all are just kind of like room to stand between cots, basically.
Oh no.
Right there in his neck.
So,
Wow.
Dungeon Master, speaking of planning, so on occasional fishing voyages into the marshes for certain seasonal fish, I'd be able to roll a survival check to see if I know anything about like gators, how we would avoid them, track them, what kind of areas they would be in, any gator related information.
I would say you can roll a survival check, sure. I don't know if seasonal fishing trips into the marshes.
We're 1 day away from the marshes. There's definitely fishing to be done there in the inlets at the edge of the
If
swamp.
that is the case, you have one brave crew and you probably had many fatalities.
Fatalities.
This place
Just
is
saying it's a good place.
extremely dangerous. People don't come in here very often.
Oh Jesus!
Yes.
I was thinking like
No.
fishing and like
Okefenokee on steroids, with things that are much bigger, like frogs that murder you on sight.
Fancy
Can't go-
Finoki.
so the inlet, the edges at the inlet didn't go full on in the swamp.
If you really wanted to, sure.
It's a 21. 17
21.
plus.
You want anyone?
What I've got to ask, what kind of information are you hoping to gain here?
Like what kind of the local fauna do they eat the most? And then not so much that'll help today, but like what their nests look like and what kind of water they tend to lurk in, that kind of thing.
That is very vague. They eat things that are alive. The
Okay.
the only alligators and crocodiles that you would have come across by prying that shallowly into inlets near the entrances and edges of Saltmarsh, or not of Saltmarsh, but of the Hool Marshes, would be similar to kind of information that Bart has had from his time in further inland and coming anywhere near the edges of the marsh. The only alligators and crocodiles you would have come across would be much smaller than this one.
Oh yeah, I was
more than
100%.
half this, like half the size, like half as small as you have been told this one is. You know that they will try to eat really much of anything that is worth putting the energy into that comes near the water. Smaller things can probably get a pass, but larger hooved animals that may try to be passing by the edge of the marshland, like deer or anything along those lines, would be prey. You know that these ones that they're in here, the water of the marshlands is technically fresh, brackish in places, but very sedentary. That kind of thing. Their nests look like whatever the fuck crocodile nests are. They're like built into tall grasses where it's kind of, they've made indentations and piled up things that are a bit more cushy, perhaps, in
Yeah,
an attempt to be relatively hidden. They're not super obvious. Like, it's you kind of got to know what you're looking for. And I will say with a 21, you do kind of you generally know what you're looking for.
Yeah, that part of my question was more about stuff that'll matter when we're actually out there, like moving along. Like, that
looks like a crocodile nest. Yeah, I got you. But yeah, so
But,
you know what to like. They don't super duper stick out, but you do know what you're looking for when it comes down to it.
I didn't know if they had like a preferred prey, like, they generally favor the whatever deer of this region or something like that, or they prey primarily on the wild pigs or something.
I mean, it's basically what will come through. There are some boar and things that make their way through the forest, but things that are of that nature, deer that are brave enough to brave the marshes, larger things. Things aren't plenty enough for them to be particularly picky. You can imagine that bullywugs and anything else, like maybe even some of Gloob's people, anything that roams the swamps is probably fair game as far as they're concerned. Like, it may fight back, but it's enough to fill their belly, so it's kind of a dog eat dog world out here. Scaled individual eat scaled individual world, as it were.
Okay.
Julian, what you thinking about over there? Looks like you're about to blow a gasket.
Just trying to remember what I would know from fishing at the edges of the marshes back in the day. It's been a few years.
I'm probably thinking while I do any like hand repairs on my armor or equipment or whatever.
What'd you scrape up?
I think I'd recognize their nest if I saw one. Be good if we could find some game. Anything large enough will do.
Looks at Ned.
What are you looking at me for?
No reason.
Roll a deception check.
Me roll a deception
Yep.
check? Oh, not
Can he
good.
intentionally fail?
I mean, he probably has failed if he just said not good, considering what I just rolled.
Well,
12? Absolutely not. Ned just, looks at you for a second and squints and is like, I'm really not feeling like I'm getting paid enough for this job at this point.
Wait, we're paying you?
I was told I would be paid, yes.
Yes, Gloob, we're paying him.
Oh, who said that? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Sometimes our communication just doesn't go through. There's communication issues, All right. Well,
He's just kind of side-eyeing you like, uh-huh. Okay.
you know what, Ned? I actually have to hand it to you. You've been pretty quiet this whole time, so...
I have been very nearly shitting myself out of fear, so...
That's appropriate.
Yeah,
Well, it could be
I
worse.
thought
It
we
could
were
be-
gonna die.
I guess we just have to scare you a lot more.
Jesus.
What?
That doesn't really seem to track. I mean, the last time we were going to go into a boat full of brigands and smugglers, and you seemed pretty talkative then.
That's much more handleable.
We're just going to go kill a crocodile. It's only
I'm talking
15
about
feet
more
long.
of when we were first coming in here. Did you see how many fucking lizard folk there are in here?
There it is.
Yeah. See?
And then we
Okay.
we killed her
Just-
son. I thought we were gonna die. I thought that was it. Game over.
Ned, I swear to God, if the next words that come out of your mouth are, I'm thankful to be alive, I'm going to stab you myself.
Not particularly right at this moment.
That's good.
Ned, come on now. Just calm down. You're with me. Just gotta have faith.
I don't know. Points over at Gloob. He wants to try to feed me to a crocodile.
I
You
said
just keep-
bait. That's the idea of bait. Come on, Ned. You never went fishing before?
Fishing bait dies. It gets eaten.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
I just imagine Gloob actually just sitting there eating the whole time. Just like, yeah, no.
I am. I'm snacking on some gumbo that I brought with me or something.
Probably be able to find a boar, maybe a deer or something like that. Or one of those frog people from yesterday.
I'm
We
sorry.
can find
What?
another one.
Oh, the bullywug. Okay.
Toad people, I think.
Crocodile bait people.
Gloob's gonna
Well,
smoke
how-
with
Okay,
everybody.
let's try to not sacrifice something sentient. Yeah.
They want to kill us.
Ned just slowly turns and looks at you at that comment, just like,
Today I learned that is not sentient.
Sentient means they can think for themselves, and
I know what it means, Gloob.
anyways,
Muttering to himself, fucking
So,
crazy fucking people.
So
Never
we want to
should've
try
come
and
here.
hunt something earlier in the morning, get some bait going, and then try and lure this thing into getting some live bait, and then what?
Well, I certainly don't think we should fight it in the water.
Well, hell no, we shouldn't fight it in the water. I mean, I can swim a lot better now, honestly. So it's all right for me if push comes to shove. But no, I don't find it a particular good thing to do. Don't got any chain? Anybody got any chain or something like that?
yeah,
Just
rope.
rope.
I don't have chain. I don't think
We
I have
probably need some chain. I was gonna say maybe we could just do it right like a fish if we had I don't know, some type of specimen, and we could put maybe a grappling hook up to a chain, and he goes to snatch it off into the water, and the chain we got wrapped around a big tree, we might be able to hold him right there on the edge of the water. I mean, just get him.
I don't have any chain.
You'll know if we had any chain on the boat.
Even if we did, would it be big enough?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
And I'm not gonna lie. You're talking about hunting in these woods. If I have a personal recommendation and poison doesn't do anything to me, I would probably want to spend the least amount of time in these woods as possible.
All right, fair enough.
You'll have no fur, no poisonous skin, no fangs, no claws.
Julian
Everything
just smiles
else
at
out
you when
there
you say
does.
no.
Oh, yep. Well, but everything out there. I'm just saying. Probably be best not to spend all the time out here.
All right. Well, I mean, another suggestion would be welcome.
It's a crocodile. At the end of the day, I mean, we're gonna have to go to it.
Well,
The best we're gonna get it to is the edge of the water.
well, if we get to the edge of the water, we piss it off enough, it'll come and try and eat us, right?
If we can get it out of the water, like
Maybe.
drop something pointy on it, like a big sharpened stick on a log or something. Cripple it, at least.
Well, I feel like we need to get it done probably sometime tomorrow. The Queen seemed kind of keen to get it taken care of in a timely fashion. That's what the DM told us, at least.
Yeah, God. You hear angry
Julian
rumbling
peers
in the
upward
distance.
with an accusing stare.
I mean, Cerolally, sorry. In any case,
He's gonna attack on another 60 HP.
Good,
yeah,
a fair fight.
Fuck you. No, yeah, no, it's a big crocodile.
Bait it out of the water, get it as far out of the water as we can,
And then try not to get eaten.
and try not to get eaten.
Well, I mean,
I say put the big guy up front, closer to all the sharp things. Oh wait, yeah,
he's going to be
he's-
hard to. Yeah, Jakob's he's covered in metal now. I mean, that gator won't be able to chew him up too bad if he gets bit.
exactly. Me or
Oh,
you,
we-
however, it's guard.
It'd just swallow us.
Yeah.
Yeah. For sure. Well,
He might spit me out. I've had that happen once.
that's pretty good.
Not from a crocodile. It was just like a bigger version of me, sort of what that guy was riding. Swallowed me, spit me out real
Wow,
quick.
gotcha. Well, I kind of vote we just piss it off enough to come and want to try and eat us. But
That sounds sufficient.
I'll throw rocks at it enough and it'll eventually get mad.
You're pretty hungry, right? Just put something dead down.
All right, well, let's get rested and get to it early. Try to get some hunting done before we get to the grounds.
Sounds good to me.
Just wrapping up my gear, prep, and bed for me.
Alright.
Would that be a long rest?
That will be a long rest
Nope.
for you gentlemen.
Short rest.
Oh no.
Oh
Like
yeah,
this.
sure, yeah, y'all get an additional short rest.
Make sure not to tick the or untick the maximum HP reset.
Y'all are getting long rest. As you're kind of getting ready for bed after you're going over your equipment, Julian, Oceanus actually comes over and says, I lost my crossbow. If you do not need that bow, could I use it?
Help yourself.
Wonderful. And he will retrieve that longbow from the bag of holding, as well as any arrows that you might give him.
I still need arrows, so let me see how many I've got. I have 20 arrows. I will give him 10 of them.
Happily take those 10.
I have 35.
Sweet
give
Jesus. Bunch of hoarders over there. Good Lord.
So I can give him 15 if you want to just hand out 5 of yours, Julian.
Sounds good.
As I hand him the longbow, I would like to ask him. So, you say you don't know the Keithan, the Keelith, the Keelan? I don't know what they're called. He seemed to know you pretty good, though. What was all that about?
I don't know. He seemed to not like elves.
Can I roll an insight?
Sure.
15 plus 1, 16.
16? He seems vaguely confused about it. But just I've had no
Yeah, I mean,
interactions with those large green men.
You've never seen them? You don't know what...
No. Yeah, not.
He called you filth.
Yes.
Hey, DM, how do you spell that?
Spell Keelinth?
Mm-hmm.
Keolinth.
We didn't get a name on that guy, right? Just that he was.
did not. He was the
Sergeant.
Keelinth representative,
Gotcha.
as far as you know.
Someone called him Sergeant. That's all I know.
Yeah, as a rank.
Okay.
I told you, my tribe is far. As distances go.
Right. I mean, don't take offense when I say this. I'm just not. I don't know a lot of words to make it nice. I mean, are your people just so shitty that he doesn't like you based off of reputation?
I don't know. I assume we are not the only sea elves in the ocean.
That's a good point.
My village is not huge. We are not like a metropolis.
Mhm. Okay. Oh, here's a couple of arrows too.
Thank you.
Have a good night. I will roll over and go to bed, and I will purposely lay on top of as much as I can the bag of holding, because I did not like how the old man was looking at it.
That's my purse. I don't know you.
I don't
I
know.
kick an old lizard man in the nuts.
Exactly.
Bow. Good lord. Okay, that's fine. You all sleep undisturbed. Wake just fine in the morning. Not much seems to be different outside of Jakob. You have a headache. Little. Ooh, that
And you
wine
have a
did a number on you.
thick
Yeah.
ginger root shoved into your breastplate right here.
And you just have
Oh,
the root.
fuck. What was this?
I gave that to you last night. Keep it on you. We probably chew it up before we head into the swamp this morning.
Oh, all right.
All right. So yeah, y'all are able to wake up just fine. Probably.
Go
What's
ahead.
that, Bart? I would say probably around 8 o'clock. Y'all are all kind of stirring at that point. A bit of a comes on your door before it's opened up by, well, what appears to be another guard. You're not quite sure if it's the same ones that had been posted outside your room last night, but
All lizard folk look the same.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
probably as far as you're concerned. I haven't seen very many.
You said it's still
You've seen-
transitioning from winter to spring, so the mornings are still pretty chilly, right?
Yeah, it's still pretty crisp. Like we said, we're sometime kind of at this point nearing the closer to the end of the middle of May. You're starting to edge in towards to what would be considered the end of May. But guard just comes in and just basically lets you know that as you are guests, that some breakfast will be provided to the mighty hunters before their departure.
Feed the sacrifices.
But they lead you all off after you get yourselves up and redressed, for those of you who may not have slept in your armor, and
I'm
take
gonna-
you off to a similarly small hall. Yes.
As everybody's getting dressed, since I'm already dressed, I'm gonna give everybody a dose of insect repellent salve, which lasts for 24 hours.
How many of those do you have?
I have 20.
20.
Bonded up against the cold.
Yeah,
Okay.
you
so-
buy one, you get 20.
Gotcha. Okay. Everybody is now insect repelled for the next 24 hours.
This shit stinks.
Doesn't smell
Yeah,
great.
should.
Just kind of, whew, a little bit
Wow.
harsh on the nostrils.
I don't think it just repels bugs. Repels everything else too.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how well that's gonna work with my skin. Here, Jakob. I give it back. It's okay.
Just dab a little behind the ears, see how it goes.
That might kill me. I'm okay. Thank you.
All right.
It might what?
Just look over the frog's belly up like, oh fuck.
Oh, man, frogs like breathe through their skin. That'll have much more serious side effects for someone like me.
Soaks right on in.
Anywho, they take you to a what you believe is to be the same kind of little cook area, where some breakfast is served. Oh my lord,
Oh, what's up, man?
is served
Gotta
on that
gotta get
same
ready.
same table where y'all had eaten yesterday. A couple guards keep an eye on you all as you eat, but they probably, unless you stick around too long, y'all will have finished eating probably by about 9. If you so desire, be escorted to the exit, as well as, and pointed in the direction of, like, given the directions that they can give you for heading towards the lair of Thousand Teeth the Devourer.
Hell yeah, let's go kill some crocodiles.
In that time, I will also quickly make sure the bag of holding has not been touched or messed with while I slept.
Roll an investigation check, I guess.
I'm gonna go ahead and manifest my bow as we set out.
A 2?
2.
You are very certain that nobody has touched it.
Awesome.
And your bow is manifested. The lizard folk kind of jerk away from you a little bit and kind of like ready themselves for combat a little bit when a bow just appears out of nowhere in your hand.
It's very scenic, like the The shadows kind of like coalesce like water and then solidify into a kind of coral and bone-esque bow.
That does not freak them out less.
No,
Oh.
hopefully more.
They still like exclaim some exclamations in Draconic and some like readying words. Jacob
I
just
will,
kind of
I will wink at one of them as we set out.
they keep an eye on you.
Everything's fine.
Yeah. So y'all were given directions for about somewhere in the realm of 45 minutes to an hour of a walk from the lair itself to the crocodile's lair. If you all go straight there, that's about how much time it will take. But if you wish to do other things, speak now or forever hold your peace.
Survival's still used for tracking, right? In 5e?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Alright, I guess survival track to try and, like, see, focused on any gigantic fucking crocodile tracks, but also any other relevant hooved creatures that we might be able to utilize. Just kind of getting a feel for what all's around us.
As am I.
Okay, you guys can each roll individually, or one person can roll with advantage.
I rolled a 19. I was planning to roll individually.
Well, if he's rolling individually, then I will also. That is a 10.
10.
Got a 23.
Nice. Jacob, it's a marsh. It is. You're looking around. That could be a footprint. You're not sure. It might just be a hole filled with water.
Just looking around, I was like,
There are bugs here.
mud.
That looks like a pile of shit of some kind. That kind of thing. Just like vaguely note things that are obvious.
You are 100% certain that there is both mud and water here.
And Julian, are you guys wanting to just do this while heading just in the direction of the crocodile?
Oh yeah, Julian's probably trying to take lead if no one else stops him.
Okay, but still just in the direction of heading straight there.
Yep.
With a 23 total, you said?
Yep, 19 plus 4.
I'll say it probably takes you about 30 minutes out. That's part of the problem of this layer, is that since things don't tend to settle too close to where a bunch of predators live, they have to go a bit out until they can hunt, before they can hunt and keep an eye on things. So probably about 30 to 40 minutes out, Julian headed in that direction. You do start to pick up not necessarily the large tracks of the crocodile, but you do start seeing some evidence of other wildlife that would be prey animals for such a beast. Like not abundantly, but with such a high roll, you are able to pretty distinctly mark that they have been there in fairly recent time.
If I happen to see one, like following the tracks and kind of like see what direction it's gone in, maybe not necessarily completely going off track, like I'm not just going to beeline west or anything, but if we can take a more meandering path to try and pick up a prey animal for bait on our way, I'll try and do that.
Okay, so you want to see if you can follow some tracks that aren't necessarily going in a completely opposite direction, something that's still vaguely going the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Roll another survival check for me.
Less impressive with a dirty 20.
30-20? Yeah, that's still just fine. Nothing is heading directly there. Obviously, it's been there for long enough time that most prey animals know better than to be directly in its area. It seems like anyway. But you are able to follow some tracks that lead vaguely in its direction, kind of branching off you're heading, you were given a more northeasterly heading, while this is kind of branching off to an almost directly north kind of direction, so it'll be going diagonally. But with that 20, I'll say you probably end up going, what you would estimate is probably about 30 minutes out of your way. So just tacking on about an extra 30 minutes onto your overall travel, but you're able to find what appears to be a decent sized deer that is fairly large. a younger buck. It looks like its antlers haven't quite they haven't gotten like a big ol' rack, but it's been around for about a season or two maybe as an adult.
Well, we'll probably take my time and try and shoot it.
I will say between yourself
Alright.
and Oceanus and Jacob.
I'll also try to throw a net once the arrow flies, of course.
Wait, we're way too far for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no.
That's 15
with
feet. Never mind.
with a dirty 20 for that, I'll go ahead and say that you guys were able to track it adequately enough that between yourself and Oceanus, you were able to bring it down pretty swiftly within a few minutes of discovering it.
Cool.
So
I like having expedited side tasks.
But yeah. So you
Voila.
have this. You are now about 30 minutes kind of off to the side.
15 minutes away, 15 minutes back kind of thing.
Like I said, you kind of went from where you broke off. You were about 15 minutes away. You went about 30 minutes in this direction. So now you're closer, probably about 20 minutes from your destination.
Yeah, that's
Something like that. So are you now? Are all of you now intending to head straight there while carrying a bleeding deer corpse?
I will not
Put
be
it-
carrying anything.
Put it in the bag of holding so it doesn't smell.
It's a whole lot of deer to fit in the bag of holding.
And we'll need to cut it up. And it's a good thing I have my greatsword.
What you doing, fellas?
I'll just try to chop up the deer. to
I
get it
feel
to a
like
bag of
going
holding
through this
size.
swamp with a bleeding deer is a pretty terrible idea.
I nodded when we were talking about putting it in the bag of holding. So
If I understand correctly, bags of holding keep things completely separate, right? So if you dump like a mug of beer in there, you won't pull out beer unless you think about wanting to
Correct.
grab a handful of beer.
Yeah, you have to think about what you're looking for.
Yeah, we're not going to soak our other things in deer blood, if that's what you're talking about.
Right.
So I'll just start cutting.
Chopping.
Okay, if you're
I do have a hand axe, I guess.
Are you trying to be any particularly kind of is there a method to your madness here, Jacob?
I'm not a butcher.
You're not.
Just chop off the legs so we can just get one cylinder deer into the bag.
All right.
A deer column.
Okay, I'm just gonna for shits and giggles to see how long this is gonna take. Just roll a strength check for me, Jacob. Because you're just trying to just brute force chop limbs off of this thing.
That's a 12.
Probably takes you about 15-20 minutes to clearly get all this. It's a great sword. It's kind of awkward to take limbs off of this beast as it's just kind of slumped on the ground. But after spattering yourself with a bit of gore, you are able to get it chopped up enough that y'all can dump its remains into the bag of holding.
Nice.
Okay. So you now have a slightly blood-spattered Jacob and a dissected deer corpse in your bag of holding.
Dissected. Yeah.
Crudely dissected.
A chopped to fucking back
Yes.
deer corpse.
Can you magic me up?
Yeah. I'll prestidigitate the blood off of them.
Who all were any of you guys? Was anybody assisting him, or were you all just kind of hanging out while this happened?
I was probably just hanging out while you, mangled the deer corpse.
He's waving around a great sword. I was keeping my distance.
If those who were not participating would like to roll me a perception check real quick.
That's an 11.
I downloaded my Good Rolls program today before we started.
14.
19.
19? Okay, so we had 11, 14, 19. On the bright side, Oceanus rolled a nat 20, so.
Hey.
There's that. Probably coming up on the end, Oceanus just kind of edging near you guys. Hey, think we should hurry.
Oh,
And he's just looking around like, I'm not sure exactly where, but I am hearing things getting closer. We should go.
Hearing anything?
Now that after he's pointed it out, I'll say he was the first to notice. 19 and then a 14. Kind of, as you guys stop to listen after he is kind of pointed out, it does sound like there are things in the distance, like not like distance, but there are louder movements that sound
like,
a bit on the large side.
Like slithering, stomping, splashing, buzzing. What are we hearing?
The crunch of probably something fairly large. It still sounds like it's probably another 5 to 10 minutes, not 5 to 10 minutes, but about 5 maybe minutes or so away. But you can hear that just distantly. Like something breaking things and just loud stomping footsteps.
Are there any trees nearby of any size?
Yes.
I will try and climb one and see if I can see what it is.
Okay. Go right ahead. Roll an athletics check for me.
I'll give you guidance.
Was it advantage or is that a bonus?
D4.
D4.
Hurry up and shove it in the bag, Jakob. If we need to get out of here, we need to get out of here.
Yeah, Oceanus is like,
Going about it.
anything we can hear from that far away and can't see, I don't want to meet. If we can.
Well, thank you for giving me that guidance because I actually have no bonus to that. That'll be a 15.
Takes you about a minute or two to clamber up, but you're able to get a decent way up towards the top of the tree.
Mm-hmm. And looking in the direction of the sounds, what am I seeing?
Roll a perception check. Hey, dog. This is a marsh. There are trees in between you.
I know. Let's see. What was my bonus? +2. 18 this time.
18. You can kind of see out in the distance, probably. I was being a bit of an exaggeration. Probably several hundred feet out. You can't see exactly, but you see, like, kind of in time, you can still kind of hear the kind of lumbering, crunching footsteps, like, shh, as it kind of moves through and shakes a bit of trees every now and then. You hear splashing a little bit, but you can't get an exact eyeball on it.
it might have come to us. Something big. 100 feet or so that way.
Several hundred.
Several hundred.
Like football field or so.
And we gotta go back this way, so we'll leave him to his business and we'll go to ours.
Well, yeah, let's get into position then. If it's going to be coming to us.
I will, from my perch, ready an arrow.
Y'all are waiting on whatever this is that's coming.
It's very convenient if it is the crocodile.
It is not. I will go ahead and say this is not the direction of his lair. That is coming.
It could be coming back from hunting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could I roll a nature check to discern if that would be like the range at which alligator would go out and hunt? Judging by how far away we are from its lair.
Yeah, I don't want to metagame and be like, oh yeah, this isn't our encounter. Let's move along.
I know.
Right.
That's why I just wanted to make sure you understood.
14.
This isn't like it's not coming from the direction of the lair itself. Just in case that wasn't aware. You said a 14 for a nature check.
Yeah.
And can I do a survival check? Because Seedon was on a river. So
Sure.
I don't know if that's going to be a 16.
16. I'd say kind of between the two of you, crocodiles and alligators try not to, at least as far as I'm aware, they try not to stay out of the water for a super long time. Hunting from the water is their preferred method. So they generally will only be moving to another body of water if they have not been able to catch anything near them recently. So
Alright.
it could be it like this. It could be something that would happen. This seems a bit like, considering you just started hearing it, it probably came from a bit farther away. So maybe that is seems a little more out there than how far this would have come from. But
Does it seem to be making a beeline right for us?
it seems to be in like your guys' general direction.
Maybe we should try to get up in the trees and hide and get a better look as it's coming by or something.
I won't say it's not like something that's like crash, 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 crash. It's just kind of a crash, crash,
right.
crash. Like not, it's just it. I guess like something that just happens to be kind of passing in your direction.
All right. Do you guys want to try to do that?
I think the only problem with that is animals tend to be able to smell pretty good, so they'll know we're up there.
I just don't want to get bit by something. I don't care if they know I'm here or not.
Yeah,
That's fair.
Since they're still discussing it, I'm gonna go ahead and ready an arrow.
Okay.
Feel free to chime in, fellas, if you think this is a bad idea.
Well, I think we should wait near the river.
Let's
See if
figure
we
it
can
out
find
when we're
there.
Y'all
there.
are pretty far from the river at this point.
Then up the trees we go.
Okay. Everybody who is not already in a tree, roll an athletics check. 5.
So, 15.
You try to kind of scramble up a bit, Bart, and you try to hop and you may try to grab one of the lower branches, but it snaps off and just can't quite make it up into a tree.
Could I assist him and try to boost him as much as I can? Grabbing onto his boots and throwing them up if I can.
I mean, yeah, you can absolutely assist if you would like.
That's natural 20 with,
Jesus.
with advantage. Gloop's just like, yeah.
Yeah, with Gloob's help, the second go around. Okay. You're able to, like, he just kind of squats down and shoves you up, getting a hold on your boots as you do so, and you're able to get enough air that you just get a hold of a bigger branch, just haul yourself up into kind of the lower areas of the tree. And everybody else?
I appreciate it, Gloop.
15.
15. Not super duper easy, but you are able to kind of, your armor is heavy, but you're able to, using your height, able to kind of scramble your way up into the lower areas of some of the trees. Gloob?
14.
14. You're, I'll say because you have your hop, this is a little bit more, honestly, if you wanted to, you could, how high can you jump?
25 feet.
25?
Oh my god.
If you want to make like an acrobatics check, you could just kind of circumvent it and try to hop directly up there.
Sure.
Okay, roll an acrobatics check for me. Oceana, Ned scrambles up like nobody's business up a tree real quick. Oceanus, however, falls and busts his ass.
Correction, my long jump is 25 foot. My high jump is 15 feet with or without a running start. But
Bro,
If
that
they're
shit's
still
still
allowed.
fucking high.
That's still pretty fucking high. I'd say, yeah, make an acrobatics to see if you could just jump straight up into some of the lower branches.
a god awful amount. I rolled a natural 19 and I get +8 to my acrobatics, so 27.
You just jump up and just like, bring your knees up to your chest and plant them both solidly on like one of the bottom branches. Just stick the landing like you're standing on completely flat ground. Oceanus, however, pulled exactly what happened to, in same general what happened to Barton. Goes to kind of climb up, probably not really used to climbing trees as a fellow that usually lives in the ocean. Just fucking branch breaks, falls and busts his ass. At this point, the footsteps are much more audible now. It seems like they're fairly slow going, but they are closing distance. He's gonna try again. That time he rolled a natural 20. Holy shit.
Hey, just like me.
Fuck you, Ned, and Oceanus eventually rolled natural 20s. He actually goes to go up the tree that Ned is in, and Ned's kind of like low hanging, like one arm down, and Oceanus does a little bit of a jump, grabs his arm, and like using the assistance, hauls himself up into that same tree, and they kind of clamber a bit higher up. I know y'all are just waiting as you hear the approaching
Yeah,
whatever it is.
Can other people make a perception check?
Yeah, if once you guys are all up here, if y'all want to make perception checks to see if you can get a little higher up and see past the buffs of the trees and stuff.
23.
I got a 5.
23,
Oh, sorry.
5.
9.
9. Jakob and Gloob, y'all don't see much of anything. Like you actually kind of can't hear it anymore. Like maybe it feels like the wind is it's a bit breezy up here, and you can't quite hear the approach of whatever it is over the wind. Bart, however, as it has gotten a good bit closer of the time you guys took, you're able to see, and coming in between the trees, from what you can make out is a large green entity. You can spy what looks to be like roots and some like other plant life on just a large hulking figure that seems to be slowly just kind of plodding along in your direction.
Like a bipedal creature?
Yes. Stood upright. From what you can assume, you can only through trees and buffs and stuff, you can see kind of like from what would be mid chest level up, just hulking arms out to the side,
just gonna try and wave at the other people to get their attention. Like, no, that is just without making a sound. Just nope, that's not it, Chief.
I'll look questioningly at you and like relax the bowstring a little bit, raising an eyebrow.
Are y'all speaking at all? Or are y'all trying to hide in the trees?
Yeah, I'm trying to not be obvious.
This is still, you think probably about this point, it's closing to just under about 100 feet from you as you have spotted it. Bart.
It's never going to see me. I rolled a 5 for my stealth check in this tree. I'm like in a dead tree with no leaves or some dumb shit.
Oh, I look at you again and like raise an eyebrow. Draw the arrow.
Okay.
Dirty 20 on my stealth check.
I do this as in like it's a big thing.
I mean, do I see that in 18? So.
Did you re-roll an 18?
I figured I hadn't taken my eyes off of it. I will re-roll.
I will say that sure, but by that time that Bart saw it, you see a similar thing, just big hulking figure that seems to consist of plant matter, vines and roots and like weird flowers and like seems like leaves and like small bushes kind of sprouting off of it, that kind of thing.
I got an 8 on my stealth check.
So Bart had a 5, Gloob had a 20, Jakob had a 8, you said?
8. Yes. And that's at disadvantage.
Yep. And what about Julian?
For which roll?
Stealth roll.
A 17.
17. So, and I forgot that Ned has disadvantage as well.
Can I?
Yes.
Can I check? Can I check to see if the trees that we're in, they have anything strange about them?
Sure.
That's a 15.
All right. From what you can tell, they seem like trees.
Oh.
Yeah,
however,
dumbasses in them.
Yeah. However, as time passes, unfortunately, as it's getting closer, 100 feet, 80 feet, 60 feet, about 40 feet away, like all of you are up there trying to be quiet and stealthy, and the branch that Ned is kind of bracing himself on, you hear, and he looks down and looks up just in time for it to break and snap from him as he tumbles down out of the tree.
I let loose an arrow.
at the creature? It's about 40
That's
feet away
Ned.
from you.
Huh?
At Ned?
Quiet. He's
Yeah, and then-
quiet
No,
when he
not
hits.
at Ned. No, I'm trying to make sure it stays distracted and doesn't go for Ned.
Quick question, just to try to kind of clarify. Does this thing look like it is a walking mass of
Yes.
plants, like an ant,
Correct.
or does it? Okay, I was just making
Not
sure
like
it
a
wasn't
singular tree, like
Right,
a
right.
mass of plant matter.
I think it was making sure it wasn't like a humanoid covered in plants.
Yes,
Right,
right. No,
I didn't know if
seems
it was
to
like
be-
a troll with a bunch of shit on it, essentially.
No. It seems to be a giant mass of plant matter.
Yeah, just like as soon as
Um,
Ned goes to tumble down, just kind of like, fuck!
Okay. That's not expected.
I'm
I
gonna
was
say, God
expecting
damn
to
it,
happen
Julian,
today.
and try to drop down as well.
God damn it, Julian, I'm not the one who fucking
roll
broke
an attack roll, Julian.
a 16.
A 16. It hits.
That it hits.
Roll damage. Hold on, I gotta fucking, let me fucking open up another fucking page. Alright, I unfortunately was not anticipating this, and I didn't have a random map, so we're gonna have to theater the mind this.
Okay.
What's your damage?
We could probably
6.
still use the previous map if we just clean it off.
Yeah, that's what we'll do. I'll do that real quick. I don't have a token for this thing, so you're gonna have to give me a second on that front.
Just put a tree
Would
out.
you say
I'm
this
just gonna
is,
put a big green square is what we're gonna do for now. I wasn't thinking, and so that's my bad. And my computer logged me out. So what was your damage, Julian?
6.
6. All right.
Would you say this is a mound of plant matter?
Perhaps.
Perhaps it is moving
Perhaps.
in a shambling way.
Yep. It is shambling right along.
You know, we always get shambling mounds. We never have like a do-si-do mound or a mosey mound.
Hey, at least it's not the aggressively sprinting mound.
There's a dragon under there.
I have a feeling it will go that way shortly.
It may currently be about to be aggressively shambling.
It could be
Huh.
the dreaded electric slide mound. Those are really nasty.
The what now?
The electric slide mound.
Oh, for the love of money. Come on, load, you bitch. My fucking
pretty-
Roll20 had logged out because we hadn't used it all session on my laptop. Whoops. Anywho, so I heard Jakob is jumping down after Ned. What is everybody
Yeah.
else doing while I get this fixed up for us?
I'm probably looking at Julian like, what part of no means shoot up by an arrow?
Gotta protect Ned.
Wow.
Oh, so suddenly we like Ned now.
I have always liked Ned.
A
Oh,
likely
that's what
story.
you say, but come on.
I feel like Ned's a completely capable guy. He could have probably hid behind the tree. Maybe.
40 feet away.
It's very
Maybe.
interesting. Okay. So
We
everybody
can't
else is
take-
staying up in the tree, but Jakob.
I am
will
indeed
haunt
staying
you.
in the tree.
I will try my best to slide down this freaking tree
All right.
with that 11 on my athletics check.
Oh, I should probably take an athletics check as well.
Guidance.
He's right there.
Oh, God damn it. I got a 6.
Listen,
Tree.
Bart doesn't guide himself, okay? He's a
hey.
man of faith. He's always considered to be guided
Okay.
by he never needs the D4. So Roll always got his back.
If y'all want to go ahead and take a look-see at the
Probably about to have my back all the way to my face in this fucking mud.
Yeah, I got an 8, so same.
if you want to take a look at that battle map, you'll see where Ned and Oceanus currently are. If you kind of want to put yourself in the trees in that general area,
I am refreshing.
and I'm gonna put us on our battle map.
Feel like I was. Yeah, I'll be right here.
Got the battle music coming out.
Oh yeah, I'm getting it pulled up. I didn't think we were gonna be fighting anything this session. I am a fool, clearly.
I will be right back.
So let me get us pulled up here.
I will go ahead and roll initiative.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead.
Oh, I got a natural 20 on initiative.
Natural 20. What's that total?
+2.
+2, so 22 total for you.
Got a 10.
Okay. So he had a 22. So hold on to that 10 for a second. Do I have anybody else? 25 to 20?
Oh, sorry.
Nobody else 25 to 20 besides Bart?
I will go ahead and do my turn before using the restroom, so we can.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I was
No, we're good.
not expecting the.
Yeah. Bart's just gonna be like, first Jakob's is slaughtering everything, now Julian's attacking stuff. What is wrong with this group? They
Okay.
just want to kill everything.
Okay, so I had nobody else 25 to 20, 20 to 15.
19.
19 for Gloob.
I had 22, of course.
Yeah, I got you down already.
Okay.
Gloob at a 19. Nobody else 20 to 15, 15 to 10.
13.
13 and 10, you said? Okay. And so that put... Okay, thankfully there are way less things to track in this, so this makes my life way easier. So we
And then
have
it splits into 20 people.
Julian with a 13, and you had a 10, Jacob. Jacob with a 10. Okay.
So we'll see y'all at the end of the fight.
I thought you said it was 40 feet away.
Yes.
He said it's digging.
Oh, shit.
It was 40 feet away when you shot it. Where'd it go? There you are. What's its bonus? Well, that's lucky for you.
Actually, I guess I'd be here if I dropped out of the tree.
Okay. So
Oh, wait, no.
It seems to be aggressively approaching us, correct?
it is now after it got
Okay.
shot. It went from walking in y'all's general direction to has now been shot and is turned directly towards your guys' group of trees.
And is like, yeah, okay.
And is making its way towards y'all. So let me see here. Whoops. So we're kind of up this way.
Oh!
If y'all will see where these two gentlemen are. Let me zoom out this map a little bit so maybe we can get everything on this stream. I'm just trying to make sure as much of this is visible as possible.
Yeah,
Y'all can
really
see
quick.
Ned. Oceanus is immediately below Ned, if anybody was wondering. Zoom out just a little bit more. I did not expect to have to be doing that much. But yeah, there we go. That'll show. The large green entity is a bit all the way. We're gonna place him right here. He was 40 feet. Let's see. In the interest, so he's probably about an additional 20 foot back off of the map right now. 20 feet from where he is now. All right.
Okay.
So, what you doing, Bart?
What am I doing? Okay. So 20 feet back from where he is right there. So that's within 60 feet of me, right?
I would say so. How far did you just measure now?
That was 35 feet away from me. And
Yeah,
did
I'll
I
say
fall?
yeah. He was within.
Did I
60.
fall out of the tree and take any damage on 11?
Did you jump?
I tried to climb down it with an 11 athletics.
Say you make it probably. You were probably about 20 feet up trying to get some vision. So you get about halfway down, but you do kind of trip and fall. If you would want a quick acrobatics check to let me know how that went. Same goes for Jakob, since you said you were jumping out of the tree.
Yeah, I got an 8 originally when I was trying. So
To jump down, so you with an 8.
Yeah. You
take
said acrobatics, so it'd be a 6.
on the way down.
Both of us got a 6.
Bart, you have fallen that last 10 feet, taking 5 bludgeoning damage and are prone.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
You fell 10 feet.
Cool. All right.
Jakob, you are also falling. 5 bludgeoning damage reduced down to 2 for you, and are also prone.
All right.
All right. I will use half my movement to stand up. What would you consider to be half of 25?
I'm gonna be generous. Say you have 15 feet left.
Okay.
We're gonna round up.
I am going to use my bonus action to cast Spiritual Weapon and try to give it a smack.
Okay.
With an attack roll. Does a 16 hit?
It does. Roll damage.
All right. That is... Oh, wow. I rolled a 1. So 6 points of force damage.
Okay.
And then I'd like to make a wisdom saving throw.
All right, you're tolling the dead.
Tolling the dead on it.
All right. Wisdom saving throw. Okay.
And then I'm going to move 15 feet in that direction.
What your save, I assume, is greater than an 11, correct?
Yes, it is.
Go ahead and roll your d12.
Ooh, that's a 10.
10. Alright. Alright, so you gave it a thwack that kind of seemed to sink into its leafy greens, and you saw like a bit of a burning necrotic energy eating into it as well. And you did what after that, you said? You just kind of made it 15 feet?
I moved 15 feet and probably cursing a little bit under my breath and some stubby halfling legs trying to get through the swamp and get towards the rest of the party.
All right.
That's my full turn.
All right, that will be your full turn. That'll bring us to Gloob.
Well, would you say I have an angle on it from where I am at currently?
It is 20 feet farther back from where it is currently. So you would be kind of pointing through that tree to try to get an angle on it. So
okay,
from where
since
you
there
are in
are
the tree, you'd be going back past there, farther back.
Gotcha.
And there's more trees kind of as it goes back, so I would say you don't quite have a line of sight on it.
Since there are currently two directions it could go, either towards Ned or towards Bart, I'm going to hold an action until it breaks this tree right here and decides on which way it's going to charge. And just hold an arrow.
Okay, just holding an action to fire an arrow once it has gotten around that.
Yep.
Alrighty. Alright. Is that it for your turn? Which would bring us to its turn. Which it... Yeah, it's not quite... Yeah, okay. It's not quite sure what caused the damage to it. It does know it took damage. And saw Bart like falling out of the tree and everything, so its attention has been drawn in his direction. So it starts lumbering along faster, bringing it 20 feet. Actually, is where around here is where it's actually coming onto the map. Before moving another 5, 10, 15, 20, which would trigger your action if you would like to fire that shot.
Okay, can I shoot it before it actually... Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'll go ahead and take my shot. Do I have advantage because I'm hidden?
Let me double check what your stealth roll was.
20.
Yours was a 20. How exactly does blind sight interact with that?
I think unless I have full cover, it knows that I am there if I'm within range.
So you would be firing when it's stepping around back here, correct? Because you said as soon as it kind of made its way around there.
Right.
You are within its range. So I'll at least give it's focused on something. I'll say it's not quite, it wasn't aware of you until right then, so I'll say you have advantage on it.
Awesome. Thank God. Well, those are both shit rolls, so it may not even matter. It's not gonna matter. Fuck. I'm rolling like shit today. That is a total of 14.
It just misses. you're kind of sitting up in that tree, and just a series of such unfortunate events like you just watched Ned fall out of the tree, immediately followed by Bart and Jakob, all just kind of come crashing out of these trees, and this large, just lumbering hulk of plant matter is coming through, and you're just, like, shaking just a little bit as you release that arrow, just a moment too soon, and just whistles right over its shoulder.
Shit. That's it for me.
Alright. Which it used its full action to get over to Bart. I do believe. Yes. So, which will bring us to Julian. What you doing, buddy?
He's gonna take another shot at it, but before he does so, he's going to manifest his hex onto it.
Okay. It is hexed. Your black inky rune appearing in front of it briefly, a bit larger than normal because of its size, before kind of wisping out, almost sinking into the creature.
It's gonna be crispy close. You said a 16 does hit?
I said 16 does hit, yeah.
Okay.
Was that your roll?
Yeah, on the dot.
Yep. 16 hits.
That'll be a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
12 points of damage.
Yes.
Some of that was necrotic, correct?
6, 7, 8, 9 piercing, 3 necrotic.
Okay. Gotcha. All right, you hit it. Your arrow, as previous as it passes through kind of the area that marks the threshold of where your rune appeared, it becomes covered in that same black inky energy before slamming into it, burning away at part of it as well, as causing a bit of damage. It kind of lets out a bit of a roar as it slams into it, which doesn't it would be bestial, except it just sounds off.
I don't know if plant things can hear, but I'm going to shout taunts at it to try and get its attention.
You are welcome to do so. So, does that be it for your turn?
That is it for my turn.
All right. Jakob.
Oh
brings us
boy.
to you, buddy. You are prone.
Yep. I cannot move. Oh wait, no, wrong clicker. I am going to stand up, which I guess takes
half your movement. You can now move an additional 15 feet.
Okay, so I will move up to here.
All right. You're trying to close with it?
Yeah, I'm debating between two things. I guess I'm... that'll be a disadvantage. I'll throw a hand axe at it.
Okay. Roll your attack
Give it
roll.
a long blunt.
You're within 20 feet, correct? Is that...
Is it taking...
What's the range on your hand axe?
It's 20 to 60, so it'd be a disadvantage.
20? Yeah, so go ahead and roll that attack at disadvantage for me.
That's a 20.
20 to hit? Yeah,
Rolled a
that
14
hits,
and
yeah.
a 19.
Nice, very nice, very nice. That lands.
On
damage.
top of that, I am going to use a d6 to goading attack it.
Okay, and remind me what exactly that does?
Depends. So it adds the d6 to the,
Right,
damage,
to the damage,
but it
right.
also makes him take a wisdom saving throw. If he fails that, the target has disadvantage on all attack rolls against targets other than you until the end of your turn.
It is good.
Your next turn. Okay.
Hey.
So that will be, I think it's only 2d6. Yeah, 2d6.
Okay.
That is 11 damage.
11 points of damage.
Yes.
All right, very nice. It goes whirling through the air, as I'm sure you yell out some expletives or whatnot in an attempt to garner its attention. The axe slams kind of into its side back area, just kind of sinking in to the plant matter, and it like kind of is looking over its shoulder, and you see like it has a maw of some kind, but it's just made out, there's no eyes visible. It's just vines and sharp bits of wood making up where there would be teeth into just a black abyss. Does that be it for your turn?
I'll just yell out, "Yeah, over here, idiot!"
All right.
That'll be it.
I'll bring us to Oceanus, who also has a nice clear line of sight on this biznitch now, and from his perch, the arrow is going to knock one of those arrows that were so kindly gifted to him previously, and let loose at it. God fucking damn it, Oceanus. Has me with a weapon, and unfortunately, it goes whistling past, kind of off to one side, off by about a foot. You hear him curse in what you can only assume is Elvish, but he's maintaining his height, which will end his turn, bringing us to Ned, who will spend half of his movement to stand up. Oh God, that hurt like a bitch. Okay, looking up, taking a general look at the situation, seeing that it's getting up on Bart, and Jakob is approaching. He's going to spend his 15 kind of moving up into what is hopefully going to eventually be a bit of a supportive role. And y'all will notice he takes a calming breath, just kind of seems to be psyching himself up. He heals for a little bit of damage. So yay for Ned. Kind of recovering from his fall. Ending his turn, which will bring us back to the top of the round with Bart.
All right, I will move my spiritual weapon 20 feet closer with my bonus action.
Okay.
But
that
just
will
still
not
off the
bring
map.
it into range. Yeah, because
Right.
it ran 40 feet. So it's still off.
Right. Okay, yeah, so it's just one square off at this point.
It's now, unless you were were you putting it behind the creature?
No, I was putting it in between me and the creature.
So if it was right there, it's actually about a square on the map.
Oh, a square
on the map? It was about 20 feet off,
Okay.
and you put it in front of it. That put it 10 feet closer. So it's now about a square on the map.
I will just loop. I guess it's like somewhere over there.
It'll be like, circle. Yeah, that works right there.
Okay. And then I will. Let's see what we have. Nope. Oh. I will use my action to. Well, those people aren't actually within 30 feet because they're both in trees, aren't they?
Yeah. So they're in all actuality probably they're also about 20 feet up in the trees, so it's looking more about 40-45 feet actual distance from you.
All right, I'll incur an attack of opportunity and move right there.
Okay.
And
it is goaded, so these will be at disadvantage. Or this will be at disadvantage.
So I say these?
Oh, yeah, sorry. No. I assume a 20 hits.
Yes.
Let me double check this.
Oh no.
That is gonna be 4, 5. You take 16 points of bludgeoning damage as
Ow!
It just rears back and just slams forward and catching you like across the entirety of the back of your shoulder and a good chunk of your lower back.
Ouch.
Well, I know what I'm doing next round.
All right, I will still continue. The fuck is that? What did I just click? I don't know what that is. Okay. I will still continue with my action and cast Emboldening Bond on Gloob and Julian above me.
Gloob and Julian? Okay.
All right,
Take
so you guys get your D4s.
How long does your goading attack thing last, Jakob?
Until the end of my next turn.
Okay. Does that be it for your turn, Bart?
Is it for my turn?
All right, Julian Gloob. Don't forget you have your D4s. And that will bring us to Gloob. What would you like to do, buddy?
Oh. I'm gonna just knock another arrow and take another shot at this thing.
Okay. You are no longer hidden.
Yeah. Oh shit! Did you really move right there? You were one space away from me earlier. I'll use. Yeah,
I'm not within 5 feet of you. You're 20 feet in the air.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. In that case, yeah, I'm just gonna take a shot at this thing. Again, I'm gonna use my D4 on it. Okay. Also, if you want to switch out the square, I did put a token for you in Skype chat if you want to use it.
Wait, what?
I put a token for you in Skype chat if you want to use it. Yep.
Oh, what a fucking legend.
Oh my. Bro.
Oh shoot.
Oh my.
I'm not. The only issue is I'm not. Oh wait, I have Skype open on this computer as well.
Does a 15 hit?
Just hits.
Oh my god. I am the D4 saved me, dog.
Good shit.
Hey, yeah. It
Christ.
cost me 16 hit points, so do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
3d6.
He says that bold is extra. That bond is extra emboldening.
So this does not have sneak attack damage on it. Keep in mind.
Oh, does it not?
No. You don't have advantage, and nobody's within 5 feet of it.
Yeah, but nobody's within 5 feet of me either, and I'm a swashbuckler.
I'm not 100% on how that interacts with ranged attacks. Does that say, is that phrased for melee only? That's kind of what I figured.
Let me.
But if you want to if you want to double check that for me real quick.
Oh, I have to be within 5 feet of it. You're absolutely right. So this is just a ranged attack. Oof.
Okay.
Make sure I'm reading that right.
The monstrosity. I'll see.
Don't need advantage.
Oh, god damn it! I deleted the wrong thing. Delete that, and I'll re-drag it out here.
Yep. Big goose all around. So this is not going to do nearly the damage I wanted it to. I rolled a 6 on the die though, so that's 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage.
Yep. 10 points of piercing damage.
This time your arrow flies true, burying itself in between the roots and other shit that comprise its body. Does that be it for your turn?
Could I, using my movement and bonus, don't know if he's gonna want to, but I'm gonna try anyways, kind of lean out of a branch and offer my hand down to Bart?
I would say, yeah, you can climb down. Yeah, you'd be able to climb down to like those bottom branches and kind of stretching out. He's still gonna have to make a bit of a check to get up there, but it will ease the difficulty if he so chooses.
Awesome. That will be it for my turn.
That'll be it for your turn. That does bring us to its turn, which, let's see. It is doing a bit of looking. It is pissed off at Jakob, but
I'm screaming at it.
You're screaming at it, and Bart's closer. And it's taken a lot more damage coming from this general direction. There's been a lot of hate flying at it. So it's going to take 5, 10, 15, 20 feet to get right next to Bart. And it's going to make 2 slam attacks at him.
Disadvantage,
Both
right?
disadvantage.
With disadvantage, don't worry. First
Tell
one's a
me
nat
about the-
1, just slamming into the ground next to you. Kind of making the earth shudder a bit. Maybe a little pee go down your leg. The other one, also a natural 1, just slam. And as you just kind of hop back to the side, slams back into the other side right next to you. Throwing up dirt and water and muck just all over the place, but it doesn't hit you. So that will be the end of its turn, because it's movement and its action. I don't think it can do anything else. I think that's it. Yes. Alright. And that will bring us to Julian. What would you like to do, buddy?
I'm going to shoot at it.
I'm gonna make a persuasion check. That was my bad.
I'm sorry. All
I'd
right,
like to make a campfire in the tree.
take a shot.
That will be a 25
That'll hit.
with the emboldening. I still get the emboldening bonds, right? That didn't go away.
Yeah, it lasts for 10 minutes. You get
Okay.
to use it. You get to use it once per turn, so you get to use it on your turn, and if you can use it on a saving throw as like a reaction. So once during your turn and once on somebody else's.
I did it on my turn.
Wonderful. Roll that
That's
damage.
going to be good. 11 base plus 3, 14 points of damage.
14 points of damage.
6 of which was necrotic, if that matters.
Okay. All right. Another
and-
arrow sinking in, burning away with a little bit more of that necrotic energy.
You're looking pretty roughed up there, right?
I'm fine.
How are you looking? Fine. You looking rough? Y'all bloody and smashed, or you look scratched?
I look like an it just tried to use me for football practice.
All right. To try and
Yikes.
divide its attention, I'm going to use Misty Step to move right there.
Right where? Okay, you're now behind it.
Yep. And then I'm going to provoke its attack of opportunity for the round by moving 30 feet straight back.
Okay. As it's still at
And then
disadvantage.
I'm going to shout at Bart, "Get the fuck away from it."
You are a lucky bastard. You got saved from a natural 20 by that disadvantage. That's a 10. So it
Well,
just
it's already taken its reaction, hasn't it?
it came back to the top of the round.
Oh.
Yeah.
The top of the round
Oh,
was
wait.
his attack of
No.
opportunity against me.
That's right. You're right. No, so it doesn't
Wait.
even get that. So you're right.
Wait, hold on. It already used its attack of opportunity?
Yeah, it used its AOP.
Oh, well, then I wouldn't have done any of that. The whole reason I did that was to eat up its AOP.
Bart is top of the round.
Oh, I thought. Okay.
No,
Yeah,
Bart is top of the round. I'll allow that redacted.
Yeah, my apologies. I misunderstood where
You're fine.
everyone was in the initiative
No,
order.
You're okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
Bart is
super-
the top of the round.
Which means that it's going to get an opportunity attack on me no matter what. Because it's going to come to the top of the yeah, and they're going to have to go up the tree.
Right.
Jesus fuck.
So
Don't worry, I'll heal myself before.
I will say you
We're
were
good.
allowed to
We're-
position yourself in any tree here, and you chose to place yourself as close to it as possible.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I tried, Bart. I tried to soak the AOP for you.
Healers be healing? Question mark.
I'm still screaming at it. Can I... any roll to provoke it?
You punch the tree. It's his cousin.
I will say you can try if you really want to.
Bart's
What am I
fault.
adding to that?
You're trying to like provoke it, right? Straight charisma.
Yeah. Straight charisma. 21. 18 plus 3.
21. You yell at it. It does not seem to get its attention. It doesn't seem to care. This thing has an intelligence of 5. It doesn't give a shit.
Fucking plants.
Yeah.
IMD tree.
It's a fucking plant monster. Like, it doesn't give a fuck about, like, I fucked your mother last night. Like,
I am
who
Groot.
hasn't?
You had sex with a tree? That's weird, bro.
A lot of other plants have had sex with its mom, I guess. It's actually more of a
Julian, there is
conglomeration. It has
five.
many parents, many mothers. Okay, so is that it for your turn, Julian?
No. I angrily mutter under my breath about plants.
You do
Now
so.
that's the end of my turn.
You do so. Alright, that brings us to Jakob.
All right, I will move over here. Go into yeah.
Alright, full 30 feet.
Yep.
You are now
Uh,
within striking distance of this thing.
Beautiful. I'm a very creative man, and I'm going to hit it with the big sword.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack roll. Christopher.
That's an 11.
You come in and as you're running up, sword held high, you come in for your swing and you just, like, your foot catches in, like, a bit of, like, a root. Maybe it was set up as a trap, you don't know. But you just swing and you just whiff right past it.
So
Here I thought Gloob was going to be the comedic relief.
Seeing how badly it damaged my good old friend Bart, I'm going to action surge and swing again.
Right, it donkey punched the hell out of him.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
probably got like a spin from that slap.
Yeah, you
that.
fucking, like, rotated a bit as it hit you and you went, oh, God.
We have
That's
some redeemed
24.
XP in the chat.
24 will hit. What?
We got some redeemed XP in the chat.
Alright.
Tooth-powered action surge.
Oh, yeah.
Bart got his hat spun around whenever he got hit.
So what was your damage?
I'm also going to goading strike it again with the D8.
Okay.
So that. Okay,
It is successfully goaded once again.
17 damage.
17 damage. Okay, as you come up, you just, and swing it back around, like using your momentum to kind of do a spin attack. And as you just, you just it echoes in your armor a little bit as your swing comes in, dealing 17 points of damage, just hacking into one of its plant limbs.
A mighty toot.
A mighty too. Like, you feel like you got a little bit of extra speed off of it. Like, it propelled you forward.
In fact, it was the toot that goaded them.
Sure.
That
How dare you break wind in my forest?
I will continue to talk about its mother.
It continues
Kind of
to not
spitting on
care.
some plants near me, and
Okay.
that will be the end of my turn.
All right.
Grabs a dandelion, twists its head off. I'll go.
Okay. That brings us to Oceanus, who still has a clear line of sight and wants nothing of what Bart had. So he's gonna try to take another shot with the bow. And if I recall, the roll significantly better, hitting that one for a pretty respectable chunk of damage, as an arrow comes whistling out of the trees and landing kind of like inside of its big thorny maw.
Excuse me, I think it's a toothy maw.
No, this is a thorny maw.
A horny maw. What?
I don't want to get copyright struck.
Mr. Copyright toothy maw.
And before this is also the Lizard Queen's brother. Or
Oh shit! But yeah, he lands his shot and he's staying right up there. Ned, however, seeing it land, trying to just beat the brakes off of Bart, is gonna move his way up here right. Oh, I don't know why it's doing it like that, but he's in that square right next to you. He's kind of squaring up, like a little bruised, breathing heavily, but he's in the fight. Which, I mean, he moved for it. Fuck it, he's gonna take a swing at it.
Need to refresh.
Do what? Oh, did I not do my? I had Skype pulled up.
No, I need to refresh. It looks like he's about to try and attack Bart on my screen.
He is slightly spun, but it forced him down to the corner of the grid. Unfortunately, he lashes out, and it seems to just kind of skid along the roots and bits of plant matter that comprise this thing's body, and doesn't seem to do any real damage to it. Which will bring us back to the top of the initiative at Bart. What would you like to do, buddy?
Oh, he's a coming.
And you have Gloob leaning down from the bottom buffs of that tree with a hand out.
Yeah, can I use that to aid my movement, or how would that work?
I'll say if you're trying to get up the tree, it'll give you advantage on the athletics check.
Okay, so the athletics check for my action?
Correct. if you're trying to get up the tree.
Will I still take an opportunity attack if I do that, though?
Yes, because you will be moving outside of its threatened range to get up the tree.
Yeah, I'm gonna heal myself. I'm just gonna like, don't worry, Gloob, I'm fine. That's an 8. So first level, cure wounds, 8 plus 5, 13 hit points back. That guy's got nothing on me.
All right.
Concerned frog look.
Oh gosh. I always forget that whenever you're typing your health in D&D Beyond, if you highlight it, it still adds it. So I was just about to give myself 1,225 hit points.
Holy shit.
Do it. Do it. We need them.
Sounds about right.
That sounds reasonable for a level 3 character.
And then I am going to decide to not use any of my movement. I will stay right here. Yeah, I will let someone else eat that reaction.
Okay, that brings us to Gloob. You are currently in the bottom buffs of the tree. Arm reached out. Bart just kind of looked up, looked at the thing, put his hands on himself, and seems some rejuvenating energy pulsed into him, and completely it just did not take your hand.
No, I said don't worry about it, Blue.
I got you. He tells you he's not coming up the tree. You are now like 10 feet off the ground.
In that case, I assume I had to shoulder my bow in order to do that. I will, like, hanging upside down at this bitch right now. I just jump off the side of the tree and try to land, like, right here.
Sure, make an acrobatics check for me. Because you have
I'm
like a 25-foot like
long jump,
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say you can easily make that jump.
17.
17. Easily enough. You kind of right yourself with your feet kind of at an angle and launch yourself out, doing a bit of a flip as you land on the other side of this large mass.
All right. I'm gonna pull out the rapier and I'm gonna shove it into something that looks soft.
Good luck.
Oh no.
Make that attack roll for me.
Thank you. Well, I said I was gonna use the D4, so 21 to hit.
21 to hit. That hits, and there are multiple things threatening him at this time, so roll sneak attack damage.
Okay. Can it be sneak attacked?
I don't
Not
think there's
immune to it or
anything that
anything?
says it can't. So I'm gonna
Okay.
say yes.
Just wanted to make sure. Some things are immune.
Right. Yeah, this does not say that, so you're good.
Snookatique vulnerable.
14 points of damage.
14.
Piercing damage. Yep.
All right. You find a place that looks soft and just ram your rapier in like almost all the way up to the hilt and whip it back out like it's leaking some like sap and stuff that like as you pull it out. You're not quite sure what that means, big plant creature, but you know you stabbed it good.
I will use what did that use a lot of my movement to jump out of the tree? Let's see.
I'll say that did. It cost you a good chunk out of the
15 foot.
vertical across and the additional 10 feet down. So you probably have about 5 feet of movement left.
5 feet. Okay. I'll take a 5-foot step back then.
Triggering an AOP?
Nope.
You hit it.
Fancy footwork.
Oh, okay. Very well. You are able to step your way right back on out.
So fancy.
So fancy.
So
All right.
fancy.
Does that be the end of your turn?
Yep.
Give him
All right.
hell.
That brings us to its turn. And it has gotten... It's just... Jakob is now within striking distance, and it's pissed off at him. And so it's just going to kind of whirl its bulk around and just take 2 slam attacks at you, Jakob.
That's a respectable decision.
The first missing with a mighty 12, as you just kind of quickly trying to just deflect as much of its mass away from you as possible. That first blow not seeming to quite land. Wow, and rolling a second 12, just both of them. Whoosh, whoosh. It like you're mostly just kind of shrugging off the blows because you're not particularly agile, but you're redirecting most of the force to either side of you, ending its turn.
The way he was describing it, I can't help but envision this as like just a more plant version of the big trolls from like the Fable games, where they would like hit and the ground would shake and stuff.
I mean, it's a big bitch, so these weren't like slamming into the ground. Should the ground not so much getting shook up at this juncture. That will bring us on to Julian's turn, though.
Take a wild guess.
Are you gonna shoot it?
I'm gonna shoot.
Wonderful. Go ahead and roll an attack.
Oh, hell yeah. Can you do
12
that? Is that
plus
allowed?
3 plus 6, so 21. Do I know why?
21 will hit. Roll your damage.
Man, I gotta tell you, this plus 1d4 is pretty fucking sick. I can roll really low and still hit the motherfucker if the 15 hits.
You remember how I felt when I was able to, in your campaign, when you had an ability that let me add an D4 into my attack rolls, and I can use Precision Strike at the same time?
Yeah.
Be like
Pretty
that.
bully.
Mm-hmm. Can make
All
a
right.
6 a 20.
That'll be 13, 2, 5, 8 piercing damage, and 5 necrotic.
So 13 total?
Yep.
Alright. That'll bring us to Jakob. Your arrow just, once again, like you're just peppering it as it's swinging around from target to target, just not quite seeming to land a blow.
Big sword.
Big sword. Alright, make an attack roll.
Does a 17 hit?
17, that does hit.
All right.
Roll your damage.
Just gonna be a normal sword swing this time. 14.
14 damage.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Alright. Very good.
That'll be it. Actually, I'll keep talking about its mother and spit on some more plants.
Okay. That ends your turn. You did not you didn't do another goading strike on it.
Nope.
So that will bring us to Oceanus, who's going to continue his strategy of trying to shoot it. And is going to hit that one. Doing a sizable, solid chunk of damage. Another arrow just sinking into it. Fucking hell. Math is hard sometimes, everybody. And that will bring us to Ned, who is actually going to make sure he's positioned kind of in between Jakob and Bart, and is going to make a swing of his own. Which his bonus, I think, makes that just hit. If I recall. It does! Huzzah! Good job.
Yeah.
Fucking finally. Hit something with this guy. For very solid damage. A whopping... Okay. Just a solid slice across this thing. Just cutting across it. Leaving bits of vine and other plant matter falling off of it and open. In what would normally, for a normal person, be kind of a gaping wound. Which will bring us once more to the top of the round. Bart.
Oh boy, that spiritual weapon, it's a coming. It's finally made it in there.
It did.
That's a natural one. Oh, I'm a halfling. Hell yeah. Oh shit, never mind. It's still a 12, so fuck it.
It comes zooming up and swings and just catches nothing but air as it's like tossing and turning at all these things that are hitting it.
It was going to be so fucking funny if the spiritual weapon comes in and hits it, and he's just like, alright, so how do you want to end this fight?
Then it needs to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. I don't think a 10 beats it, so go ahead and roll your damage.
That is a 6.
6 damage? Okay, you're burning off bits of it, and it's just like you can see pieces of plant matter kind of falling off of it and drooping about. It seems to be looking like it's just like bits of it are just falling off from like necrotic damage and slices and just various accumulated damage.
All right, and then I'm gonna move right there.
Okay. You are now in another position, still right nearby it.
Yeah. And I don't know, give it a no damage kick on a root along the way.
Sure, just get a little bit of disrespect.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. All right.
That brings us
It's
to
my
Blue.
turn.
All right. I'll step right in here and give it another poke.
All right. Make that
Right up
check
the
roll.
butt. I'm going to use my D4.
Mhm.
Come on. There's no way I can hit.
No.
9. No, I rolled a 3.
You go and to stab forward, and as you do it, it shifts in place, and your sword just seems to go through a gap in a couple of the pieces of foliage.
That's fair.
Does
That's
not
it.
hit.
That's my turn. Go away, dice. Go away. I'm figuring out the big boy.
Okay, it's kind of as it's whirling around and just looking just at all of its targets, and it was in its process of turning as you lunged in at it, Gloob. You were small and pink, and right next to it. Doesn't make it 2 slam attacks at you.
Oh,
that's
shit. It's all right. I'm right next to you, buddy.
I think the first one hits with a 24.
Yep.
Okay.
That's never a look you want to see the DM make. Ooh.
Ooh, that's 19 points of bludgeoning damage on the first attack.
Oh, that's not both. Nice.
Nope. Attack number 2 is a 25.
Hits. And I am down.
And if you're down, that means you are also grappled and engulfed while unconscious. I assume, I'll just make sure, 9 points of damage. Was that enough to put you down?
Yep.
Okay.
So what does engulfed mean?
So it gets hit twice, and it's as its hit lands, its arm doesn't leave him. It's still kind of like grasping him, kind of some of its roots trying to get a hold of him. And the second one comes in as well, starting to lash in on it. And after the roots come of it on both, and it just pulls him in to it, into kind of its like chest cavity area as more of its roots and stuff start to grasp around it. You are blinded, restrained, and you are unable to breathe.
I think you might need to refresh.
Oh, whoops!
Your battle map.
I fucking had tabbed over to other people. That's my bad. So there we go. Pew pew. That should be
All right. Cool.
now updated.
Can I use my reaction to try and grab him or anything?
Unfortunately, not.
Okay.
He's just fully like covered in all of these vines and stuff that this thing consists of, and just almost absorbed into it, like pieces of its chest and everything are just wrapped all around him. But that will bring its turn to an end.
Okay.
Bringing us to Julian.
Wait. Does it take poison damage, motherfucker?
His skin it just does the poisoned condition, correct? Or does it do? I don't think it does poison damage. That's part of the like. It's when you're grappling things.
Correct.
Just those shots you don't take.
I mean, absolutely, and it's not poisoned. At least for this round, it's not.
Should vomit up the frog.
This thing has a hefty bonus to con.
DM ruling here, because I could not find any rule on it anywhere at D&D Beyond or elsewhere.
Yeah.
It says I can manifest my packed weapon as any of a range of weapons. If I wanted to change the shape of a manifested weapon, would that cost any kind of action?
What does it cost to manifest it?
To manifest it from nothing is an action.
I will say to completely change it to a different weapon will also cost you an action.
Gotcha. In that case, I will just shoot it.
Okay. Roll your attack roll.
That is a 14.
Misses, unfortunately, just barely. Arrows streaking by. You have so many of your allies there, and you're trying to shoot down at it. You're trying to make sure you don't hit anybody, and just it slams into the dirt at its foot. Which will bring us to Yakko. Yes.
Fuck it. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay where I'm at.
Okay. Brings us to Yakko. You've just seen this thing pull Gloob into it after smacking the tar out of him.
Large sword.
Alright. Roll your attack roll.
It's an 8.
Oof.
Okay. Just, it's writhing around. Bits of it are loose as you kind of go for your swing. It's turning and just bonks you, and your swing goes wide. Holy Jesus. Y'all were smacking the dog shit out of it. What happened? That brings us to Oceanus, who is going to keep trying to shoot the bitch.
Goodbye, my party.
Branches, like the branches he's kind of on there aren't quite steady. Another arrow goes wide. Which will bring us to Ned. Make his sword attack. And just can't, just similar to Jakob, this thing is in a kind of frenzy as it's leaking and bits of it are falling off. It's finally gotten its hand on some of its prey, but it's still just randomly lashing out. And he just is knocked and stumbles to the side a bit, but however, it does waste what time he has, bringing us to Bart at the top of the round.
Is there a way I can use my spiritual weapon to smack at it without being in danger of hitting Gloob inside?
Make an intelligence check for me.
That's a 19 plus 1.
You are fairly certain with how bulky this thing is that you could smack at it and the damage will not transfer through the plant matter.
All right. That attack rolls an 18.
That hits.
With a 11 points of force damage.
Okay.
And then I guess it would be an athletics check. What's the check to dive into the plant?
Before that, how would you like to kill it?
Oh.
It was very, very much on its last legs. And then everybody missed all of their attacks.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll try and make the sort of force projection just sort of like dive in, I guess, in this sense, to sort of try and root out where Gloob's at and make an opening for me to try to like get into it. I guess sort of like spear through it so I can get in there and sort of pull him out.
Okay, because it's your big mace, right?
Right.
So as you see where he's at, and you direct your mace, it just comes flying up over the top, and in the manner that it has many times before, it shoots out its little handle in a kind of lancing gesture, slamming down through the head of the creature and down through the roots and other plants that are kind of holding Gloob in, just snapping through all of it before retracting back up. And kind of Gloob is now out in the open, and as it does so, this thing just kind of stumbles a bit, has a very sturdy foundation, and falling towards the side that your spiritual weapon is on, just kind of collapsing to the ground.
Yeah, I'm gonna crawl in that hole it made and hit Gloob with the cure wounds.
Okay, roll your healing.
That's a 3 plus 5, so 8 at least.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab my hatchet just so I don't have to
Of
remember.
course. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep.
You are now conscious with 8 hit points, Gloob.
Ow! Shit!
And y'all are out of initiative.
Me too.
Well,
Slide.
god damn it, Gloob, you all right? You
Oh no, I'm not okay. Oh my eye! He takes his hand off his eyes, just swollen and puffy, frog eye.
Oh, like you're very sore from getting clocked to shit by this thing.
Holy fuck!
all right? Well,
Art.
no, I got you, buddy. You good to get up? You need some more?
Where's my fucking sword? You know,
Oh.
kick the fucking roots out of my way and grab my sword.
While they're having this exchange, I'm gonna look at Ned and be like,
Really? You had to break a branch?
I was sitting on it.
Fair.
I didn't want to stay to look for this thing.
Hey, I asked if anybody else had a better idea. You should have spoken up if you thought it wasn't smart. I mean, in retrospect, yeah, that turned out real shitty. I'll be the first to admit it.
It's kind of a majority thing, but whatever. Yeah. I'm sorry that I chose a bad branch. Good. He's looking at it. So, can we not stick around?
Yeah, let's
Stay.
get out of here if you're good to. We're good to keep moving.
We might
How long
need
do
to
we-
find a safe place to rest.
As much noise as we just made, I don't think sticking around's a good idea.
Yeah, we need to get moving. That's what I'm saying.
Alright, so anywho. As y'all get yourselves picked up, Gloob, you're a little worse for wear. That is where I believe we will end tonight's session.
All right.
Whew. Turn on the goddamn music. Holy shit, loud as hell.
Oh man.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know we ran over by a good bit, so that's my bad, fellas. I guess. I didn't think y'all would try to fight him, but
I didn't even realize it had gone over 11.
yeah. But anywho, thank everybody who stuck around despite the fact that we went over. That was a bit more excitement than I was expecting out of this session, but I guess it worked out. Thank you guys, of course, for joining me tonight.
Yeah.
Always a good time. But if y'all haven't dropped a follow already, drop a follow if you want. It's always
Raid.
we appreciate the support. I did recall this time. Don't worry. And if you have you wanna help us do some stuff and maybe do get things that we can do to improve our stream. We just drop a little subscribe. Maybe if it's a Twitch Prime you're not using, that's always appreciated. But other than that, we are around Mondays here for Ghost of Saltmarsh. Wednesdays we have our Tavern Talks where we just kind of talk about D&D related things. We just kind of shoot the shit. And on Saturdays we have our Eberron campaign, which is run by Jonesy or Gloob, and has both myself and Bart, aka Kent, and Julian, aka Cody, playing our characters over there. And so come check us out there on Saturdays. We have fun, and Jones knows a little more what he's doing than I do most of the time, so it's a little smoother. So on that note, we're gonna raid our friends over at TPK Roleplay, hopefully here in just a minute, and we'll see y'all later. I just hit start, so it's going in 3 seconds. Everybody, drop follow, say hello.
Bye.
Woo! We're going now. Bye.